Things I think while I lie awake and contemplate tonight are wearing me out. Well, maybe tomorrow the world will wake and get it right, but I have my doubts, yeah. During the day, well, I design machines of war that scream through the sky. 'Cause I, for one, I like to go to bed free at night under these stars and stripes. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. Yes, I have my doubts, but they'll wind you up and pull the cord until you're spun right out. And I don't understand. Roll the dice and raise the price to feed the machine's mouth. Call it the progress of man. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. I have my doubts, so I'll drink my stuff and raise some hell and shoot my guns to the end of my time. You can have the booze and go to hell and take the guns, but I know they won't be mine. We're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back up. Yes, I have my doubts. So we're all messed up and out of touch. Let's text someone who's in the other room. So don't wonder why we don't say hi or know anyone. I might as well move to the moon. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. Well, the things I think while I lie awake and contemplate at night are wearing me out.
Good afternoon. Well, thankfully we didn't have a weird microphone freak out. I was actually staring at it, the little virtual mixer here, looking at it, getting ready for it. I was like waiting to come out like Alvin and the Chipmunks, and and I was gonna start attacking the virtual mixer. That was weird yesterday. I don't know how the hell that happened. But anyway, wow. Trying to think. I don't know of anything really as far as today. Spectacular. Worked on decals. That's about it. Put news out. There was a shit ton of headlines again. A lot. Put those out. Didn't really focus on any one particular thing per se. Don't really have anything in particular outstanding to talk about. It's just been a day, right? Thank God it's Friday. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I think I'm gonna make it a point this weekend to charge up the batteries, all the batteries for the drones, and fly out one battery, or one of each battery out of each drone over the weekend, just to say I did. Why not? So I may do that, but nothing spectacular. They could all use a pretty good run, I would say. The Mavic Air 2 I've been flying, but the Mavic Mini has been parked pretty much ever since I got the Air 2. So probably wouldn't hurt to get it moving, get it in the air for a little bit. So I'll do that this weekend at some point. Like I say, nothing that I can think of spectacular that stood out. Just the same old continuing on. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, hopefully, we don't have something major this weekend. I've got a sneaky suspicion though, because things have been a bit mellow. I don't know. Just be vigilant this weekend. Trying to think. I don't know of anything else. Just have a sip of coffee and run through the normal stuff. Fun. Pardon me. I do have to get more of that stuff, more medication. Oh man. 1 second. I will tell you this though, the Mucinex brand isn't quite as good as what the Equate, the generic. Not in my opinion. I think the generic works better. But anyway, let's continue on. Okay, Amazon affiliate. We are at $23.27. I show 42 items shipped, 28 items ordered. Don't know where we're at on that since it was kind of messed up from the beginning, but I thank those that participate in that. For those that don't know, we're an Amazon affiliate. There's a link in the description of the videos as well as at the watchmannews.com right there. You click that link, it just takes you to Amazon with our special link, and when you make purchases, those items don't cost you anymore, but it throws a little bit our way for the sale. A little way you can help out without really having to do anything other than click a link. The other thing you can do to help out is our Teespring store. Best way to see what we offer there is go to the watchmannews.com. Scroll down on our homepage. We got 4 different designs currently. It's more than just t-shirts. There's coffee mugs, there's tote bags, there's all kinds of stuff. If you see a design you like, click on the image. It'll take you to Teespring where you'll see all the other products with that design. You can make your choice there. And lastly, we do have a PayPal donate link. That's in the description of the videos as well as at the watchmannews.com. Right there it says donate. Anyway, that just takes you to our PayPal donation page. You don't have to have a PayPal account. You can do so as a guest with a debit or a credit card. But I always let people know it does say Transforming Disabilities up top, but it also says Purpose, the Watchman News donation. That way you know you're in the right place. Trying to gunk my sinuses up on me. No. All right. Do some numbers here. I'm gonna refresh because they don't have the new. Yeah, they don't have the new. They don't have the new numbers for United States today. So, global total confirmed 22,589,017. That's up 161,963. Active cases 7,339,233. Recovered cases 14,457,309. That's up 107,836. Fatal cases 792,475. That's up 4,460. United States total confirmed 5,605,858. Active cases 2,578,674. Recovered cases 2,852,221. Fatal cases 174,963. And yesterday we're showing new cases at 24,520. Yeah, sure. And fatal cases at 1,369. But now we show the now we're showing 12,890 here. What the hell is going on? Like I said, we would stick with one, and we would go with one. And you see the fuckery that is happening with just this one. I would be willing to bet that every last one of them has some type of fuckery going on. I would bet. Alright. Illinois, positive cases confirmed 215,929. We're at 7,857 deaths, still at a 95% recovery rate. And our particular zip code has 187 cases. Yikes. 187 cases in our particular zip code. Case, cluster, boom. Right? Let's see. Alright. Do some headlines. Let me have a sip of coffee. Oh, yeah. Damn. Hang on. I gotta yell. Okay. I didn't want to yell in the mic. Anyway, I guess I could show you a picture of that thing before we go to the headlines. With her Bear Independent patch now that she's got. So that is how her harness looks currently. So anyway, so now she's got her Bear Independent patch on. Well, not right this particular moment, but yeah. Okay. Headlines. From last night, Netflix forced to apologize for suggestive promo featuring twerking 11-year-old girls that even 4chan banned. Trump's pardon for Susan B. Anthony snubbed as museum rejects it on her behalf, gives president pointed to-do list it would prefer. Loneliness epidemic. Half of American singles aren't looking for a relationship or even seeking casual dates, a Pew poll shows. Because of all the craziness. I mean, just everywhere. No apologies whatsoever. Chicago mayor defends ban on protest in her neighborhood and vows to do anything to protect home and family. Yeah, her neighborhood, you can't protest. How do you like that? Navy SEAL who said, pardon me, the Navy SEAL who said he killed Osama, damn, sorry. Man. I hope it doesn't start in. Anyway, the Navy SEAL that killed Osama bin Laden gets banned from Delta Airlines after posting a photo bragging about flying without a mask. Airbnb announces global party ban, threatens lawsuits for social distancing violators. Cones of Shame, Maine orders restaurant servers to don face shields like dog collars and bizarre COVID-19 guidelines. Intimate info will spread like wildfire. Ghislaine Maxwell urges court to keep 2016 depositions sealed to ensure fair trial. 9 workers dead after large fire erupts at a hydroelectric power plant in India. At least 1 person killed, multiple hospitalized as Spanish hotel consumed by fire. Hungary to tighten border crossing restrictions from September 1st. Nothing has moved, no breakthrough in latest round of EU-UK post-Brexit talks, says Brussels. Chinese electric car maker NIO ready to challenge Tesla in major global markets. Irish Prime Minister accepts resignation of minister who breached own cabinet's COVID-19 rules 1 day after approving them. Doctors block Navalny's transfer to Germany amid confusion about whether Moscow protest leader was poisoned. Pompeo's call to reinstate nuclear-related sanctions on Iran goes against international consensus, says China. Rapid drop in blood sugar levels, preliminary diagnosis behind Moscow protest leader Navalny's illness, says a medical team leader. Students, teachers at 41 schools in Germany's capital infected with coronavirus less than 2 weeks after reopening. Healthy children can carry enough coronavirus load to hospitalize an adult, a new study finds. Post-Brexit trade agreement with the UK at this stage seems unlikely, the EU chief negotiator says, warning of wasting time. World's largest offshore rig owner files for bankruptcy. Very disappointing. U.S. envoy rebukes European allies for not supporting its move to restore UN sanctions on Iran. Warring factions declare ceasefire in Libya, call for presidential and parliamentary elections. Doctor treating Navalny says German specialist will check his condition. Kremlin says Putin not planning to talk to Merkel. Eurozone at crossroads as economic recovery stalls on COVID-19 growth. Sounds far-fetched. Researchers figure out how to clone keys from the noise they make in locks. Did you hear that? So, from the noise, from the sound that your key makes in the lock, researchers have found out how to make keys. Turkey discovers its biggest ever natural gas deposits, promises to find more resources in the future. West African states plan to send delegation to Mali in concerted bid to reverse military coup. Cold War mentality, China will respond with necessary countermeasures to deployment of U.S. missiles in Asia Pacific. That is something to pay attention to. A neutral Belarus, country's opposition insists it doesn't want either NATO or Russian troops inside its borders. U.S. ready to block Russia and China if they disregard Iran sanctions, Pompeo warns as Washington pushes for UN snapback. Upcoming mission will test drag sails to return rockets to Earth and reduce space junk floating in orbit. Purely a medical decision, anti-corruption activist Navalny won't be allowed to fly until his doctor allows it, says the Kremlin. 6 states and D.C. sue U.S. Postal Service over changes as its chief insists election mail will be handled securely and on time. Russian doctors say Moscow protest leader Navalny's condition has stabilized. He can be flown to Germany at the family's request. Philippines mounts diplomatic protest over China's seizure of fishing equipment in ongoing row over disputed shoal. WHO chief hopes coronavirus pandemic will end in under 2 years. I would hope, right? Fighting Russia has become an existential necessity for NATO. If tensions are reduced, alliance has no purpose, says Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov. And we have a 5 up here, damn. Facebook said to be working on an election day kill switch in the event of a Trump defeat, but what if it's the Dems who lose? What? Let's see. All I did was fight him. Portland police arrest BLM activists who fly kicked defenseless man who was dragged from truck. And that would be it. I hope that's enough. Damn. Did I mention it's Friday? 'Cause that's a good thing. Alright, here we go. Bear Independent, his daily brief, it's titled this morning, This World is Bonkers. I would agree. Bear Daily Brief, 21st of August, 2020.
Well, good morning, Bear Nation. How art we? We art fabulous. Thank you for asking, Bear. You're welcome. Shaloha, Jeremy Jones. A paratrooper, I believe. No, that's not a paratrooper. I need my eyes checked. It's 2 squares and a diamond, question mark. Parakeet Assault. What's up, man? Hey, you have delicious nuts, and I can say that because it's my channel. Good morning, everybody. Smiley Homestead, Robert Foster, Odin's Wolf, Kirk yourself, Mr. Brees. Shalom. Yeah, sold out in 23 minutes, homie. Christian Hildbrunner, good morning. Good morning. So, it's the Bear Independent Intel Report. Good morning, Mr. J.S. Badger. Thank you all for being here. 97.2 thousand of you need an MRI, but I am thankful for you. Mark Chase, good morning, brother. As always, please send your freaking intel to intel@bearindependent.com. That's how we do this. It's the best. Tell the dance monkeys they're tremendous, because without the dance monkeys, we have no intel report. So, PJD, good morning. Also, if you're lurking in the shadows, stop it. That's creepy. You're not Sasquatch. I know this because they have giant thumbs. It makes it very hard for them to manipulate smartphones. So quit pretending to be Sasquatch. Come out of the shadows. Like, subscribe, and share. Please and thank you. Like, subscribe, and share. And as always, you can find the entirety of this report on Patreon. Patreon.com is where you go. You search for Bear Independent. You find us. You trade us $1 for 30 days per month of freaking exclusive, wonderful content. And then we call it a win-win because, yay, capitalism. So, MRIs are free in the Bear Nation, however, but we make no guarantees as to the actual legitimate diagnostic abilities of the Bear Nation. So, I digress. 21 AUG 2020 Bear Independent Intel Report Overview. 3 bilateral agreements with Hong Kong concerning extradition and tax exemptions have been suspended or terminated by the Trump administration. Whiskey, Alpha, Romeo, James Lopez, Shaloha. Trump has postponed the discussion of the Phase 1 trade deal with China, stating, "I don't want to deal with them right now. What China did to the world was unthinkable. They could have stopped it," end quote. He will also be fully reinstating sanctions on Iran. Good. This, of course, after the literal historic development of this Middle East peace deal that's going on with the United Arab Emirates essentially saying, you know what, how about maybe we don't just wipe Israel off the map? That being said, understand that biblical Israel and Israel in the Middle East are not the same thing, but I digress. And so it's nice. The sanctions on Iran is nice. This is essentially a complete reversal of what was done with our Middle East policy during the Obama administration, which is to say a steaming pile of turd sandwiches. Good morning, my love. Would you like to participate in the brief? I'm going to go with no. You just want to be near me? I understand. I have an infectious personality, I've been told. Yes, indeed. Twice the usual amount of Chicago police are retiring, and San Francisco is also seeing an exodus of officers. Meanwhile, Houston's police chief says to such officers, quote, "Come to Houston," end quote. The department will be adding 400 officers over the next several months. Good job, Houston. It's rare that we get to say that these days. Good job, Houston. Good job. Maybe don't build oil refineries next to nursing facilities and daycares. But hey, whatever floats your biz out. Shaloha, Christopher Phelps. Christopher Phelps is definitely in the running. He's in the top 10 at least for best beard in the Bear Nation, which is saying a lot. It's saying a lot. So at least an honorable mention on the best beard. There's probably 3 or 4 evil hamsters that currently live in his beard that he's not even aware of. That's how robust it is. So yes, well done, brother. And health experts are warning of a twin-demic because of the upcoming flu season and are urging people to get a flu shot to ease the burden on healthcare facilities. I've never had a flu shot. I don't think I'll ever have a flu shot. Just because I don't know what the hell's in there. And I don't trust them when they say there's nothing bad in there. I'm like, for all I know, there's swine pox and chicken Zika flu virus, and I don't know what the hell. I don't know what's in there. There's probably depleted uranium in there. Flock that. Amen. They don't even work most of the time. That is exactly correct. Lexi, Lisa, Lindsay. I don't know. It was an L name. You. Good job, you. By the way, bearindependent.com podcasts are there, and also you can find us on iTunes and I believe Stitcher and SoundCloud and wherever it is that you get your iPod-y podcasty things from. That's you can find us there as well, and these reports will be available if you want to listen to this ridiculousness with just your earballs and not your eyeballs. You can check us out on the podcast. Hell, you may be doing that right now. To which I would say, do all the good podcast things. Rate and review. 5 stars is the appropriate number of stars. And if you put anything less than 5 stars, I will come see you. 3 o'clock in the morning. Heavy rain. Was that the sound of a footstep on the stairs? Yes, it was. It was Bear putting your iPhone back into your hand so you can give the podcast 5 stars, not 4. Exactly. 6 stars. 87 stars. However many stars you have, that many stars. 2 or more eyewitness accounts, continuity, the best words, continuity of infrastructure and supply chains. Repeating. And see, for people who are new, they're like, Supply Janes? What does that even mean? Five quasars, yes. None of this red dwarf stuff. I want like black holes. I want massive unstable twin rotating stars. I want, yeah, whatever you got, man. Supply Karens. Repeating, shortages include ammo, firearms, coin, aluminum cans, home appliances, pressure treated lumber, canning supplies, pepperoni. Shit gets me every morning. Oh no, we have no pepperoni. Shaq is gonna be so pissed with that new pizza he introduced, the Shack Attack pizza. It's like it's like, how do you get heart disease and diabetes at the same time? You eat Shaq's pizza. PPE, medical testing supplies and equipment, medical ventilation related products, select Clorox products, and select construction materials. It occurs to me that the only shortage of these things that we have here on property is pepperoni. And then even then, I think we have some turkey pepperoni. Do we? We have turkey pepperoni. So, non-issue here. Somebody said they got buckets, or there's no buckets at Tractor Supply. U-line, the number U. Uniform, unicorn, Unitarian, U. Line, L-I-N-E. Lima, India, November, Echo, U-line. Will you get a deal? No. Will you get buckets? Yes. By the pallet? Uh-huh. The year is 2024. Pepperoni is the new currency. Great comment. That comment wins the live stream thus far. That comment is almost as good as Phelps's beard. Unfortunately, though, he has to evict the 4 evil hamsters that live in it because times are tough and they haven't paid rent in 90 days and the moratorium on evictions is over. Sorry, evil hamsters. Now you have to go live at adventurefrontier.com. Price increases continue to be noted in construction materials, and a salmonella outbreak across 47 states is causing a recall of red, white, yellow, and sweet onions and foods made with them. Also, there's a recall of shrimp due to salmonella. Essentially, the system's going to kill you. Also, while we're talking about it, shrimp's not food. Read Leviticus 11. Now everybody can be pissed. Legal, political, and military. Since its launch in July, Operation Legend, a sustained and systematic law enforcement initiative to fight violent crime, more than 1,000 arrests in major cities, the seizure of nearly 400 firearms, and 217 people being charged with federal crimes. Good job, Operation Legend. In the state of Massachusetts, all students are now required to get the flu vaccine before the end of the year. However, but exemptions can be made for medical or religious reasons. If I lived in Massachusetts, which I don't, nor would I, but if I did live there, I would send a note with my kid that said, "Dear whoever, dearest Thomas P. Jones III, principal at Jones B. Smith Elementary School, kiss my hairy white ass, signed Bear and Bear Cubs." And then they would say, "What is this?" And I'd say, "That's my religious exemption." And they'd be pissed, and I wouldn't care. Societal and general. Multiple fires continue to scorch California as the state faces a shortage of, drumroll please, inmates to fight them. Let's pause a moment and just let's restate this sentence and then give credit where credit is due. Multiple fires continue to scorch California as the state faces a shortage of inmates to fight them due to coronavirus lockdowns in the prisons. California, I don't like you. However, awesome. If you were using inmates to fight forest fires, you might be way cooler than I thought you were. This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. Like, Bear, how can you be a libertarian and think that it's a good idea to use inmates to fight wildfires? Well, we're already spending money on that potential labor. Why not use that potential labor to, I don't know, fight forest fires? How about while you're at it, you can rebuild all the cities that are being destroyed by your, liberal cohorts out there peacefully protesting in the streets. That's a great idea. We're going to start a bear camp prison just so that we can get some forest firefighters around here. I like it. What do you think? Where are we going to build the prison at? Out there in the goat pen? I think it's a good idea. Good job, California. And that is not a phrase that I utter regularly. Good job, California. Due to one of the fires, Travis Air Force Base instructed non-mission essential personnel and their families to evacuate. By the way, there's 821 people here and only 198 thumbs ups. You don't think that prison inmates should be fighting fires? I mean, literally, they wrote a song about this. Metallica did. Fight fire with fire. Come on, man. Come on. Fight fire with fire, or inmates, whatever you got. How many inmates do you need to stack up in a wall to prevent a forest fire from spreading? Like, how does that work? Do you dig the trench and then fill it with inmates? Good morning, Gary. Thank you. I'm confused. And like, which inmates do you send? Because I would have a sliding scale. I'd be like, start with the pedophiles and the axe murderers, and then we'll work our way down to like tax evasion and weed, you know? But send all the really terrible ones first. Like, if the guy that serial raped a bunch of toddlers gets smoke inhalation and we got to leave him here, I'm fine with that. Like, that's totally cool. In fact, if somebody could like just conveniently kneecap him while we're out here, be like, oops, Todd fell in the ditch and got burned to death. Oh man, we saved $70,000 a year in taxes. Good job. Sorry, Todd, sucks to be you. Maybe you shouldn't do abominable shit. Due to the Chinese national security law now in effect in Hong Kong, some elite universities have started carrying warning labels about some material being considered politically sensitive by China. And some students subjected to the law will be assigned code names so their coursework is not linked to them. Let's try that again. Due to Chinese national security law now in effect in Hong Kong, some elite universities have started carrying warning labels about some material being considered politically sensitive by China. Interesting. Chinese national security law. And some students subjected to the law will now be assigned code names so their coursework is not linked to them. Interesting. You know, that's like one order of magnitude removed from who they actually are, though, because somewhere there's a list that says, you know, John B. Smith is codename Raven. All you need is that list. Somebody will sell that list to some political operative somewhere, and there'll be bodies in the streets. From 2021 through 2022, 750 million genetically modified mosquitoes will be released in the Florida Keys as part of an attempt to curb diseases like Zika. The approval has received backlash from residents and an environmental advocacy group. I don't know. I think mosquitoes suck enough as it is. But however, but maybe we need 750 million of genetically modified mosquitoes. No. Open up the $5 patrons, please. Hey, would you text Mon? Open up the $5 patrons, please. Somebody's really adamant about it. Where was it? The Redneck Prepper. That's a good name. He's a redneck. He's a prepper. Okay. All right, man. We're doing it now. Please don't all caps shout at Bear. Yeah, I can only speak in... I don't know how to... Thank you, Tyler W. And we're off the rails. Perfect. I don't know how I feel about genetically modified mosquitoes. The standard mosquitoes, standard issue mosquitoes suck. So why do we need new ones? Kirk yourself. Question, have you considered putting out a boo-boo bear kit? We need a better than average bump, scratch, and cut kit. Take a memo. Boo-boo bear kit. Boo-boo bear kit. Kirk, I appreciate that. Also, by the way, the cub kit is in development. We've had so many of y'all ask, hey, we need a cub kit. What can I give my kids that'll work? It's in development. It is chock full of all the things that you need and nothing you don't for children. I'd say as young as 7, 8 years old up to college age. And it will retail for less than $100. You're welcome. It's not in there yet, but we're working on it. It's coming, okay? So, but I'm talking like tourniquets, compressed gauze, compact chest seals, the pouch, gauze tape, gloves, disinfectant, the whole nine. All that stuff. The Cub kit is coming. We're waiting on the last little bit of stuff we need for product development, and then we'll take it from there. An authentic bear beard mask. I will not make one because I do not condone the use of face masks. Good question, though. Yes, Mr. Brees, granted. Shut up, chicken. Don't talk to me like that. Single accounts, insider intel, and miscellaneous. Several contributors have noted that Facebook and YouTube are deleting Patriot-type accounts. No, really? No. Jeez, we only talk about every day. Every day. And they mess with us constantly, and they delete our subscribers, and they unsubscribe y'all, and they demonetize our videos, and they shadow ban our platform. They do all that crap every day. And then I'm like, hey, come see us on Patreon for $1. And then a certain percentage of y'all are like, I would never pay nothing for no Patreon. Well, you're welcome for all the free content. Frankly. It's a buck. It's a buck. Several contributors have noted that Facebook and YouTube are deleting Patriot-type accounts en masse without warning, even those with few posts and no posts against community standards. In official news, Facebook announced the removal of 790 QAnon-related groups and the restriction of 1,950 additional groups. And in international news, a recent U.S. Navy ship sailing near Taiwan was called extremely dangerous by China's military. Yes, child. Mom is right there. And the toddler is here. So, I just briefly would like to tell you, because I get this question all the time. Bear, what do you think about QAnon? And I've said it before, and I'll say it again for all the new people. First of all, put not your hope in man. You need to knock that crap off. Call no one master but your Father in heaven. That's a direct quote from your Redeemer, a little fella by the name of Yeshua Messiah, the Alpha and Omega, the Aleph and the Tab, the beginning and the end. So, Jesus the Christ said, call no one master but your Father in heaven. Meaning, stop ascribing so much power and authority to men. Next, QAnon. Early on, legitimate, maybe. If I was an intelligence operative, what would I do? I would let it legitimately gain grassroots support, and then I would very, very slowly co-opt it, bit by bit by bit. I would feed it bad information. I would use that information over time to then be able to discredit it and introduce to muddy the waters. And then, over time, I would co-opt it completely, and I would keep enough decent information in there to make sure that it maintains some type of credibility amongst the people that brought it to power in the first place. But I would use it to feed disinformation out into the ether. That is exactly what I would do to QAnon. And if I had to bet money, that is exactly what I would bet on has already happened to QAnon. So, and even then, if it was not the case, put not your hope in man. Knock it off. Knock it off. And also, I'll say this. Everybody is waiting for somebody else to stand up. Somebody needs to do something. You are somebody. Do something. You are somebody. Do something. Actionable. Local bakeries and ice cream shops may be a good place to get diabetes, and you're probably not a good place to get pepperoni, though. You can also potentially source food-grade 5-gallon buckets from there. I'm not actually on there? You're right. I'm kidding. I'm not doing this right now. Yup, you caught me. You totally caught me.
The people aren't really on your phone.
The people aren't really on there?
Nope.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's on there. You're just being silly.
I'm just being silly? You're right, you caught me. Yup. Somebody asked recently, a lot of people have asked recently, if I get food grade buckets, do I still need Mylar? And oxygen absorbers to a lesser extent. No, but it depends on what you're putting in the bucket and how good the seal is on the lid that you're putting in there. The nice thing about Mylar is when you put your grain, for example, in the Mylar inside of a bucket, you can then put an oxygen absorber inside the Mylar, and it removes most of the oxygen, which removes most of the potential for the food to go bad. That's a good thing. But if you're just putting rice in buckets, just straight in a bucket, in a food grade bucket, not a problem. Make sure that they are rinsed out, cleaned out, and thoroughly dried out. And then I would recommend for things like grains and pastas and corn and wheat and all that stuff, a little bit of DE, diatomaceous earth. Roughly, well, I'll let you do the math, but like 1 cup per 50-pound bag. So you don't need Mylar and food grade buckets. However, but how I have been storing grain lately, because like if a little bit's good, a whole lot is better, right? Ish. Food grade bucket, Mylar bag, grain with diatomaceous earth mixed into it, into the Mylar bag, then an oxygen absorber, then seal the bag, then put on a lid with a good O-ring seal on top of it. And it's like, if that goes bad, we're all dead. We're all dead. So yes, food grade diatomaceous earth. That is correct. Bulk popcorn can be easily stored, ground for emergency food, planted, and, drumroll please, you can also make popcorn with it. What, child?
I told you that people are not on the phone.
They really are. There's 1,100 of them here right now, kid. Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot of peoples. Okay? Check your hand sanitizers. Don't smoke them or eat them or snort them or put them in your eyes. Also, maybe don't put them on your hands. The FDA continues to increase warnings about various hand sanitizers containing dangerous and lethal alcohols. Is there a designated frequency the Bear Nation would come together on? Ryan, there is not, and if there was, the last place we would discuss it is on an open channel because #OPSECBro. Be in communication with your neighbors and sheriff's department and be prepared as a group for civil unrest. Reach out and socially support others, including children and the elderly. If you cannot acquire a freezer for meat, remember that pressure canning, pickling, and freeze drying are always options. And also consider looking on alternative markets like Book of Face and List of Craigs, assuming that you hang out on those platforms. Alternative food resources include Asian people, Amish people, restaurateurs, and farmers. They're all delicious. I find that when I cook Asian people, I tend to use things like teriyaki sauce. I find when I cook farmers, I'm a little bit more along the lines of like some cumin, a little bit of paprika, onion powder for sure. The Amish are the most difficult to cook that I've found. They're tough. And so I like to braise them. Stews are good. Crock pot, Instapot, a lot of minced garlic, a lot of onion, root vegetables, celery, carrots, things of that nature. Nice stew, like a nice Amish stew is good to go. And the restaurateurs are the most tricky because they're good with knives. Frankly, they're good with knives. And they're always like, they want some like reduction, make a reduction of this and then we'll put a cream of that and then a sprinkling of sage. And I'm like, that's just too much. I'm just looking for a meal here. So, anyway. If you need medical supplies, you can check out bearindependent.com. You can also look at midwife supply stores and veterinarian supply stores online. Catch up. It's a good point. Don't cook the Amish on an electric stove. That's funny. And if you cannot obtain seed in your area, use your pantry. Dry beans, seeds that can be found inside of vegetables, potatoes that have been left to sprout eyes, and so forth. And as always, stay politically vigilant and active. This world is bonkers. It's bonkers. However, but we are commanded to be in this world, not of the world. Let's read some silver linings. Thank you for your freaking silver linings. Intel at bearindependent.com is where you send those via email to intel at bearindependent.com. Your intel and your silver linings go to, drum roll please, intel at bearindependent.com. Also, the way that you spell bear independent is BAREENDUHPANDATNZ.com. Okay, so for those who are taking notes at home, BANANAS. That is correct, Mr. Brees. This ish is bananas. BANANAS. Did you know I saw No Doubt at a community college like 40 years ago when they were brand new and nobody knew who they were? And I was like, wow, this band is terrible. And then I left. Good morning, honey. For what? The store is in effect? Our store? How much? What does it get them? Woo! Wow. Okay. I will tell them about that after the silver linings. Okay. That was very nice of you. Thank you for doing that. Silver linings. Our Father blessed us with 1,150 pounds of rice for our family. The rice was raised in the USA. That made me feel better about supporting our farmers. Amen. They've been canning 60 quarts of beans. That's about 120 pounds of beans. That's awesome. Making pickles and putting away 50 pounds of squash. Quote, our family has been extremely blessed. Amen. Another viewer says, I seriously took up gardening this season using containers and 5-pound grow bags. Had such success that I ended up giving away about a third of my harvest and fed myself the entire summer. Please, people, garden if you've never considered it. If a clueless suburbanite such as myself can do this, you certainly can. Amen. And another said, the Father has blessed our group by sending 10 people to us. We are all Torah followers, homesteaders, and of a like mind in how to be prepared for what is coming. That is awesome. Awesome. Sister Francis. Good morning, Sister Francis. Bear Nation. You can find each other at preppersonly.com. Oh, wait, that website doesn't exist, but it should. No, you can go to the forums at bearindependent.com. Everybody's like, Bear, what do you think about American contingency? And I'm like, that's a good idea. We did it 2 years ago. The forums at bearindependent.com is where y'all can find each other. Swag and gear, bearindependent.com, and the online store, which in the online store, you can get your bear facts, your bare minimums, your adventure kits, your trauma pack inserts, your stomp bag, and WA Prepper. Good morning, brother. Your Travis Fleming custom bushcraft knives from Fleming's Fabrications. Yeah, thanks for adding that. There's only 3 bear knives in the store. Remember the one I showed on camera? When was that? 2 days ago? 2 days ago. There's 3 of those in the store. That's it. There are 6 of them on the face of planet Earth. I have 1. We've given away 2. And there are 3 more in the store. So, are they cheap? No. Are they phenomenal? Yes. So you can get your first aid kits and all the cool stuff, as well as your medical supplies. Like, I need more tourniquets. I need more chest seals. I need this. I need that. You can get all that stuff at bearindependent.com. Your t-shirts, where is it? T-shirts, your swag, your stickers, all that stuff. And my wife has informed me that you can one-time use the promo code BEARNATION for 10% off at the store at bearindependent.com. That's right. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Go away, battle dog. Bear, shout out to Mark and Jordan this morning. Hi, Mark and Jordan. Good morning. This morning. I hope that you have a wonderful morn. I hope that your morn is fabulous. They're phenomenal knives. They are phenomenal knives. They're not for everybody. They are expensive, but gosh dang, are they tremendous. In fact, I was cutting a 3x5 index card on the brief a couple of mornings ago, and the guy who has the office across the hallway came over afterwards and was like, how did you get that knife that sharp? He was watching us through the window into the office. And I handed him the knife and I was like, hey man, I know you want to do it. Just do it. And he did it. And he was just shaving cardstock with it. He's like, this is incredible. Yep. So you can do all that at bearindependent.com. Veterans for Child Rescue, hardcore people doing hardcore good for trafficked kids. Check them out at vets4childrescue.org, vets4childrescue.org, and contralandmovie.com. Our ministry, grindstoneministries.com. You can find us there. What do we do? We're the hands and the feet of the Most High. We're a construction ministry, and we actually GSD. Earmuffs, kids, we get shit done. It's awesome. We partner with people who are really good at rescuing and rehabilitating kids, but who suck at construction. So that's what we do. We help them build and maintain the facilities they need to do their job. So you can find us at grindstoneministries.com. You can drink a cup of disaster coffee, which I will do right now. Thank you. disastercoffee.com. You can go to sanctifiedsupplyco.com. Essentially, the uniform of the Bear Nation is the Stay Humble and Kind shirt. That is the best. It's tremendous, believe me. By the way, Sukkot is intense. That's right. Have you ever been extreme camping? Extreme camping. It's intense. That's right. Just got the last bear knife. What? Wow. Bless you.
No, there's 3 different listings.
There's 3 different listings.
Because there's 3 different colors.
Because there's 3 different knives. The manager of it is here. Good morning, Concrete Hades. There's 3 different listings, 3 different knives. What is Sukkot? It is the festival of indwelling, the festival of tents. It is when we are commanded to gather together and party in the wilderness with the Father for 8 days. It's a blast. Thank you for helping give a place to heal those victims. John Taylor, bless you. Thank you very much. And lastly, amendment, the number 1 preparedness.com. A1P is the shizzle. The shizzle. And amendment, the number 1 preparedness.com. Listen, your Baofangs are awesome, and the Baofangs will allow you to talk to each other over short distances, what is called simplex, and they will allow you to receive signals over greater distances. But they're not going to reach out and touch people. You need better equipment than that in order to be able to do that. Yes, that is correct, Gypsy Roots. Thank you for bringing that up. But boy, that'll upset the Christian apple cart. Be careful with that. And it's not that I don't love Christians. Hell, I am one. If you believe that Christian means Christios, which means follower of Christ, that is me. To the best of my broken ability. Amendment, the number 1 preparedness. You can get real ham radio gear, real commo gear from them that allows you to talk over much greater distances. Yeah, Goob Z, go to grindstoneministries.com. Grindstoneministries.com. So, A1P, amendment1preparedness.com. And as always, listen, guys, You know the place to go, right? When you have a need for floofy bun buns and evil hamsters. AdventureFrontier.com. That is correct. AdventureFrontier.com is run by none other than the NWA Prepper, who has somehow managed to pair his love of nude wrestling, the Nude Wrestling Association, and preparedness. I myself don't necessarily get down with nude wrestling unless it's time to bake some lasagna. However, NWA Prepper, hey man, everybody's got to be into something. He's into something. The Nude Wrestling Association and preparedness. And he is the proprietor of AdventureFrontier.com. And I would highly recommend you, Bear Nation, you go there and you get your armor there. Spartan armor, the level 3, the level 3 plus, the level 4, the triple curve, the single curve, the anti-spall coating, the multi-hit ceramic plates, the Ranger carriers, the Mopsies. Can you get this? Yes, they can get that. Do they have this? Yes, they have that. Who do I call? I call AdventureFrontier.com. Why? Because they're awesome. And you can use promo code BEARNATION for $10 off your armor, which is a good deal because there's no markup in armor. You can also get your IFAKs there, the Bear Minimum, the Bear FAK, which is tremendous. It's phenomenal. Believe me. Exceeds military specification. How's that? Exceeds military specification. Yeah, that's right. You can get it there at AdventureFrontier.com, as well as also in the Bear store. And you can get your floofy bun stickers right there. Look at how floofy that bun is. That's correct. And lastly, for the $5 and up patrons, roar, we have this. What is this? They all said. This is Armor. This is the HRT HRAC carrier. And this HRAC carrier has on the front of it this placard that holds 3 PMags and 2 pistol mags. There's a pistol mag here and a pistol mag here. It's got these little zippies in here, so you can, put your whatever you want to put in there. I don't know, lollipops, whatever floats your boat. It has the quick disconnect Frank right here. See, the Frank disconnects just like that. Like so, you get that little tag. It's still got the tags on it, yo. Quick disconnect. If you fall out of the gunboat that you're on and you're like, oh no, I'm sinking, how do I get out of here? Can I do this one-handed? Probably not. There we go. Anyway, it's got that quick disconnect cummerbund. It has a Bear Minimum right on the side of it right here in matching multicam. That is correct. And it also has on the back, it has the zip-on day pack. And then inside of it, it has, from AdventureFrontier.com, it has level 3 plus plates with the anti-spall coating. There's no $5 left. I know we're working on it. Did I mention $5 and up patrons? $5 and up patrons. And the brethren are here. Phenomenal. Hey, you're early. Early is on time and on time is late. All right, good answer. And up. And also, here's the deal. Like, we want to have, she will be fine. She's young, frustrated, easily. That's funny. $5 level is now open. Thank you, Miss Monica. You rock. So, for the $5 and up patrons, it's got level 3 plus plates in here with the anti-spall coating, as well as the trauma pads. So this is a $900 value, and the winner will be announced at the end of September. And you must on Patreon. Go to the sign up post on Patreon, posted about a week ago, and sign up on that post. If you don't sign up on that post, you will not be entered into the raffle. Copy? Copy. So, anywho, I got to do the things. Let's talk to the Father, and then it'll be a good day. Here we go. Father Yah, thank you for the sunrise and for cool mornings and for these stupid freaking chickens, for this homestead, for all of the people that you brought into my life that are absolutely wonderful. Thank you for a good day. Father, I pray that you would make it a good day and that you would use us to enact your will today. Father, if there's anything within the sound of my voice that's not of you, we rebuke it in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. I pray that you'd fill us up with your Ruach HaKodesh, your Holy Spirit, that you would be indwelt in us for wisdom and for discernment, for strength and power and authority, for love and for compassion, Father, and for guidance, that you would use us to be the light today, that we would accomplish your will to the best of our broken ability, and that you would walk with us, that you would restore us through Yeshua and make us new, Father. Thank you for this. And I pray that you'd rain blessings down on everybody within the sound of my voice. I ask these things in Yeshua's name. Amen. Shalom, y'all. Have an awesome day. I gotta go do the things.
Yeah, I was like, man, I want to see if he put those knives, because I know he said something about putting knives up on the website, and I just wanted to see them. I mean, I knew. Holy cow! Really? Wow, that was one sharp car. Wow, that was sweet. Anyway, so, what was I talking about? Hang on.
The knives.
Oh, yeah. I knew they would be out of my price range, but I wanted to look anyway. I wanted to see what they look like. So, man, I would love to. I would like to have one knife like that. You know what I mean? Just one knife that you're really afraid to use on anything because you don't want to, blemish it at all. But oh, okay. I'll have to check that out. Let's see. Grab you guys a video here. Got one from the Angry Prepper called Black Swan Events.
Okay, YouTubers, this is the Angry Prepper. So today's episode is going to be on Black Swan events. Now, you just saw the definition of what a Black Swan event is. Now, the Black Swan event, some can say that COVID-19 is a Black Swan event, being that it pretty much came out of nowhere and then did what it did to the world. Good, bad, or indifferent, everyone's struggling now because of this COVID, and it's putting us straining us around the world. So no matter where you are, you're being affected by COVID at some level, and that's putting undue pressure on society. And it's also doing things like collapsing the economy, turning people against each other. It's turning things into shit, pretty much. So you can argue that COVID is, and then some people were like, well, I saw it coming from a mile away, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad. It's still a Black Swan event, right? And then some other people say, well, I saw this coming and I saw this playing out. All right, fine, fair enough. We all saw a pandemic coming. For those of us that are preppers and been prepping for years, we know that a pandemic was coming. I thought it would have been something stronger, not this weak bullshit that they're trying to pass off as the next, Ebola virus. But nonetheless, it can be argued that it's a Black Swan event. Now, China is having a Black Swan event. Their dams are breaking and flooding their fields, whether that's corn, rice, or wheat, or whatever other crops they grow out there, they're losing it all to floodwaters because the dams are giving away and flooding the crops away, which now in turn causes a food crisis, something they did not see coming. They've had torrential downpour rains years before and never had a problem, and this year the dams are breaking and causing a huge problem in China. So with that being said, China will be losing, or might be losing, 11.2 million tons of food. Again, that's across from corn, wheat, and rice, and whatever else they grow out there. They're going to lose a lot of food. That's a lot of stuff, guys. That's a lot of food that they use in their country, and that's a lot of food that they import as well. Or export as well. Again, a food crisis starting from an event we didn't see stretching across the world, right? So now again, whatever China goes through, it affects us. So China was having a problem with rain before. The heavy rains were destroying the crops. Now you're mixing flooding from the dams breaking. Guys, they didn't see any of this coming. That's their black swan event, and that's a black swan event for the world because obviously China exports a lot around the world. So other places that were getting food from China are going to feel this effect as well. China was also having a problem with corn. There was an insect that was eating or destroying their corn called the any worm or the fall any worm. I guess it's some kind of bug that was eating their corn and destroying their crops. They also had a pig problem. Their pig was infected with an African swine flu. They were already battling two things that were destroying their crops and killing off their pigs. They had to kill off millions of pigs because of the swine flu problem they were having, an African swine flu they call it. China was already in a rut. So now their pork industry took a huge hit because of that African swine flu. And then their corn industry took a hit from the fall any worm bug, whatever the hell that thing is. And now their crops are being washed away. Black swan event, guys. They didn't see half this shit coming, and now they're starting to feel the effects. Again, their pork industry taking a hit affects their country and affects other countries as well. And their corn industry taking a hit before the floods, and now everyone's going to start feeling that effect as well. So their economy was struggling, guys. And their economy was struggling before COVID. And then COVID was introduced and was straining their economy. Now the flooding and the bad pork and the bugged corn is going to collapse their economy. They're not saying it, but their economy is going to take a beating. Now, we cannot afford, I hate to say this, as much as I'm anti-China, the country and the government, that is, we can't afford China to collapse. That's the problem. Because they collapse, we collapse. We collapse, they collapse. It's almost like a symbiotic relationship, guys, financially, that is. And now that we're realizing that, we have to do something to head it off, stop it, or cut China off and worry about ourselves. I like that option a lot better. Now, guys, here's another black swan event that I was just alerted to a couple days ago. It's called the South Atlantic Anomaly. This is an anomaly where the magnetic field, Earth's magnetic field, is weakened in certain spots, allowing charged particles and radiation to get closer to Earth, right? So if you imagine, you take my fist, and radiating from it is the magnetic field. And the magnetic field is keeping the radiation and charged particles bouncing away from it, from this distance. But now, with the South Atlantic Anomaly, now it's getting closer, but now it's bouncing off at this. And now, in this range here, close to Earth, with this range here, it's not going to affect satellites, which is going to knock out communications, cause glitches, who knows. The problem with that is, they're saying right now it's not going to affect humans. We're still protected by the Earth's magnetic field. Nowhere in the articles that I've read that they say how badly affected the satellites are going to be. They talked about glitches and data loss, but they didn't say anything about falling out of the skies. Now, the reason why I raised that is because if it kills the satellite and the satellite happens to drift out of orbit, it could very well come crashing back into Earth, or can cut off some kind of communications that we need, right? Like people who go camping and use those sat phones when they get lost. Could damage one of those satellites, right? It could damage just calling somebody around the world. a lot of our communication relies on satellites. And if a lot of that gets knocked out because of the South Atlantic anomaly, that can cause a spiraling effect on us here, right? And not physically, but financially and just communication-wise. So again, the South Atlantic anomaly could be a black swan event. Now, right now, it's something that scientists were caught off guard. I'd like to say they're caught off guard because that's what this sounded like in the article, but they say they've been monitoring it. Again, reason why we don't know about it, because it's not interesting. At least to the normal person, it's not interesting. But if you are in the science, if you are an astronomer, if you know about space, you know about the Earth's magnetic field, this can be a concern where this can turn into something very bad for us. Now, what if this this anomaly gets worse? And it gets worse to the point where now charged particles and radiation breaks through certain spots because it's weakened that much and it gotten that close. Now people are getting bad sunburns for being out in the sun for 5 minutes. Maybe worse, right? What if it starts fires, forest fires, because again, it weakened that spot and got that close. Now, NASA's saying it's not going to get that close, but I take what NASA says now with a grain of salt. Again, it's something to think about. This is not, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying start staring at the skies and take shelter. I am not saying any of that. I'm just saying be aware of what's going on around the world, because there are different things that happen that affect us. Again, the South Atlantic anomaly is something that could affect us, whether it's, again, knocking satellites out, destroying data, fucking up our communication, or affecting us directly by weakening more and actually affecting humans on this planet. Anyway, guys, that was just something for you guys to learn about. Again, black swan events, not that they happen all the time, but when they do, they can be bad because, again, they came out of left field. So again, guys, black swan events is something that we should be thinking about, right? You read something and you go, huh, I don't see this to be a big deal. A month later, it turns into a fucking crisis. You're like, shit, I read about this. I didn't think it was going to get this bad. Just something to put in the back of your head. That's all it is. It's not to get you scared. It's not to make you panic. It's something to put in the back of your head. All right, guys. So this is the Angry Prepper. Thank you for watching. You can like and subscribe to this channel. You can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, Tumblr, and Twitter. And other than that, see you in the next video.
Alrighty, gonna do one from Boa the Fifth Column, and don't forget, probably around noonish tomorrow or so, I'll probably hop on and go live on YouTube here, right here at the Watchman News, for doing Flight Sim. I'll do if it'll let me do it, if I can, if the computer's strong enough to do it, I'll live stream and go flying around for a while. But let's see. After the show today, I plan on flying around with these guys for a little while, so who knows? I may I may go live flying with them tomorrow. So okay, below the fifth column is titled "Let's Talk About the USPS and Why the Postal Service Always Needs Money."
It's not well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today, we're going to talk about the Postal Service and why it just can't remain solvent, why it always needs money, why it's always going to Congress with its hand out. I don't know of any other business that goes to Congress with their hand out as often as the Postal Service does, with the exception of those companies that constantly give campaign contributions to Congress people. I think the main reason that this business, why the Postal Service keeps going to Congress asking for money, is because it's not a business. It's a government service, one that is so essential, it's explicitly authorized in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. It's Congress's job to fund the Postal Service. The Postal Service isn't asking for a bailout. It's asking for funding. It's asking Congress to do its job. Now, one of the biggest roadblocks to this is, one, the idea that the Postal Service is a business. Two, the, I don't know, $100,000 or so, according to Open Secrets, that Mitch McConnell got from people affiliated with UPS and FedEx. That might have something to do with it as well. Generally speaking, government services are not expected to turn a profit. You know what doesn't turn a profit? The VA, Veterans Affairs, doesn't turn a profit. They're not explicitly authorized in the Constitution either. Let's get rid of them. No, don't want to do that. That would be politically untenable. You want to sacrifice services mainly for rural people. I'm going to suggest to the Republican Party that's probably a bad idea. If you ever look at one of the maps where your votes come from, they're generally rural people. Aside from that, I would suggest that while fiscal responsibility is important, it's incredibly important, putting too much emphasis on cost saving when it comes to government services can lead to some bad things. I would go ahead and bring up, in completely unrelated news, it looks like the settlement for those in Flint is going to be around $600 million. And to be honest, I don't think that's enough. Not for the long-term damage that's going to be caused. I can't remember exactly why that happened either. I think it had something to do with the government prioritizing money while they were supposed to be prioritizing an essential service. Aside from that, right now, given everything that's going on, the post office is incredibly important to maintain the vote. And that's really what this is about. And that's not, it's not really some kind of bizarre talking point, not when the president himself has said that that's kind of the reason. You know, when he said if they don't get those two items, that means you can't have universal mail-in voting because they're not equipped to have it. So while facing an issue that might impact the vote, his response is to, go after the Postal Service and make it even harder to process the votes because he wants to suppress the vote, because he doesn't care about the Constitution. He doesn't care about democracy. He doesn't care about the Republic, and he never has. The Postal Service is not a business. It's a government service. If we're going to have a government and it can't fund essential services, then it's not any good. Maybe we should just replace everybody up there. Would make sense to me. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Alrighty, let's see. Got one here from Sensible Prepper titled Fire Starting in the Rain and in Wet Weather.
Guys, today we're going to take a look at building a fire in wet, rainy conditions. And this could also apply to snow. There'll be a few differences there, but pretty much the same principle. One of the things about the rule of threes is you live 3 hours in harsh conditions before you pass away. And we're talking about extreme conditions, but when it's raining and it's just a little cool, because it tends to cool things off, your body temperature could drop. And so that is one thing about having a fire that is vital. It gives you the warmth you need. It can boil some water. It can cook your food. I mean, there's a lot of things. People are found every year in our national forest that have just died of exposure. Just died from too much cold or too much heat. And of course, fire would definitely not help with the heat. But there's one thing about, just getting out of your car and going on a little walk and getting turned around. The next thing you know, night's coming and you need to build a fire and it's raining. Now, when you're building a fire, typically, it takes practice. You need to know how to build a fire in good conditions, knowing how to put that together, knowing what you need to do. But when it comes to rainy weather, even seasoned outdoorsmen can have issues. Now, one of the most important things you really need is a good knife. Having something a little larger if possible. But if you're going to be out somewhere in the wilderness, it's just good to have a knife. Here we have one of the Strong Arms by Gerber. We're just going to use it. This is actually probably a little smaller than I would like to as far as ideally. But this is something that can get us through. And then obviously having something to light the fire. Now, my all-time favorite is just a standard Bic lighter. Hit the wheel and you've got fire. But one thing I've noticed over the years is sometimes this little lever release gets pushed down, it releases all the fuel, and you have nothing. Except you do have a spark that you can use, but then you really need some good tinder. So I would also recommend, whenever you can, whenever you're out and about, any potential of getting lost and needing to build a fire, have some sort of fire kit. Now you can put this in about anything. I mean, you could slip some of this just in your pocket, but having a small container like this keeps it all together. Of course, the Bic lighter. I do have one of the torch type lighters, and these really produce a good flame, and puts that flame right out there. It makes it really hot. But also having a fire steel. Now, I like redundancy when it comes to any kind of survival item, because sometimes one might work better than the other. One thing I will say about the fire steel, if you have one, you're really going to need some kind of tinder, some kind of artificial tinder. It's more difficult, and you can do it, but it's more difficult to start a fire without some kind of accelerant. Here we have just some tinder tabs, and I have some impregnated wood as well with wax. We also have just some waterproof matches, but matches can run out, especially in wet conditions while building a fire. And my all-time favorite, Vaseline and cotton balls. And this is really easy, cheap. Seems like we always have cotton balls and Vaseline for different things. So just having a minimal, it doesn't have to be this size, having some kind of little fire kit would be great, but at least have a lighter or matches in your pocket. This is a little Hazard 4 pouch. I just adopted it, had something else in here. But guys, today I'm going to show you how to build a fire with just some fire, whether it's a lighter or a match, and a knife. And of course, wood from Mother Nature. Now we're in the woods, so it's not going to be too difficult to find wood. What I look for is dead wood, really standing dead wood, because it's going to be easier to find the dry wood that's inside. And that's the main thing we're going to look at. But you can use sticks that are all along the ground. It just takes a little longer for it to dry. But for your tinder especially, you need to have some really dry wood. And if you can find some fat wood in the middle of a evergreen, that works even better. Now when you're looking to get the fire started, some very small little twigs, nothing that's larger than a pencil, and then you want to find some pencil-sized pieces for building that fire up, and then a little bit larger, maybe toward your thumb. And so that way you can have a collection of wood. But go ahead and get those smaller pieces first before you start adding on larger pieces. But even then, you're not going to add a lot of large wood, and you're going to need quite a bit. Right here we have a cedar tree. It's dead, and it's not standing, but it is leaning. And so the first thing I'm going to do, because it has all these twigs, go ahead and check these and pull some of these off. Now what you want is to hear a snap. When you hear the snap, that's what you're wanting, because it's dead and it's dry. If it's difficult to break, that means it's still alive and it's more difficult to start. And guys, what you want to hear is a definite snap, just like that. Now here we have a dead tree that's really short and small, and it's right against a live tree. Want to test it? Yeah, hear that? And you're going to have dry wood inside there. So that is what we're looking for. You can go along and pick up sticks on the ground. It's just going to take longer. But I don't even need my knife for this. One great source is cedar. And the sticks at the bottom just die. You still have life at the top, but they just seem to die off. So you can use that, and plus you could possibly have fat wood, or at least a little bit of resin. One thing you don't want are sticks that are dead, that are been old and mushy, they're starting to rot. Those usually get soaked. Birchwood bark is probably some of the best fire starter out there, but it's according to where you live. We don't have a lot of birchwood around here, but if we did, I would definitely use it. And guys, when it comes to these small trees like this, it's better to go ahead and bend it and break it than to continue to chop. It'll drain all of your energy. We're gonna make our tinder out of this. But I'm just gonna show you, I split this one, I just broke it. All that wood inside is dry. Ah, and it smells like cedar. I mean, that is gonna be excellent for getting that tinder. Now, next step is batoning. So we're gonna take our knife, and this is really where you need your knife the most. We want to get this into quarters. Now we want to get that edge, and we're going to feather that dry edge. And this is the easiest, the path of least resistance, so it's going to be easier to get the feathering from that. Plus, again, it is dry, and it sure does smell great. Guys, I was sitting here making these shavings and feathering, and I realized my camera wasn't recording. So you take the inside and you pull the wood to you, because you don't want to cut into your jacket. I have my rain jacket laying here because I want to keep this tinder as dry as possible. Any tinder that falls off your jacket, you want to go ahead, because all this is going to be used. Now guys, if you can find a log that's solid like this one, and then you can take your piece of wood and you can draw it. This is a lot easier than feathering. Now, I don't have my jacket right here, but I just wanted to show you this. Sometimes when it gets knots in it, it's going to bind up a little bit. You're just using the leverage of that wood to help you with the labor. And if you get that corner, that is really where you're able to draw that through or to feather it. And once you get rid of the useness of that wood, you can use it for your fire. And this is all dry inside. Now I got some smaller size limbs, about an inch in diameter. This is going to be our bed. And then you want 2 solid logs that actually set up on these just a little bit. This is going to give us a little troughed area, but a platform to put our shavings. So we're going to go ahead and put some shavings in here. We're not going to put all of them, we're just going to put a nice little amount. Now I want to get those lit. Now one thing I will say, of course matches work. Some people use a candle and they put it up under it. I think that's a great idea. I just saw that recently. The candle just keeps burning. But you can see this cedar is lighting right away. And guys, I'm telling you, I just got it out of the woods. But it was standing. So it's not saturated. You want to get those smaller pieces first. And you want to make sure there's plenty of airflow with those shavings. I'm going to blow on the fire just a little bit, give it some oxygen. Let's spread out our shavings just a little bit. Notice when I give it the oxygen, it starts to flame up. And once we get these shavings to really start burning, we're going to want to put our smaller sticks up. We're going to get them here beside it, start letting them kind of dry out a little bit. This is why you get a lot of shavings. We're just going to blow on it. And we're building a bed of embers under there. Okay, here we go. We're starting to get a little bit of fire. We're starting to get these sticks a little closer. Get them to dry out. Just Just remember that these smaller sticks will dry out quicker. That's why we start with them. Thinly lay the sticks. You want to make sure the fire is getting oxygen. Don't want to smother it out. You'll see some smoke coming off, and that is getting rid of the moisture on the sticks. Now the sticks are starting to burn. That's a great sign. I'm going to start laying some larger sticks going the other direction, making sure we have oxygen. Because guys, these fires can smother out, but we need to get these sticks dry. All right, we got these embers going now. We got a nice bed of coal underneath. Trying to keep the bed underneath. We've got the tenders already burnt up. Make sure we don't lose our fire underneath while these, you can see the stick starting to light right here. Now we're on our way. Put a couple of more sticks on here. We want that to continue to dry. Guys, you want to constantly tend to your fire because they can start having some issues. You might be able to get it back up quickly. If you let it go too much, you can't. Give it a little oxygen every once in a while. Yeah, we're doing good. And when I say it's been raining, guys, I mean, it is wet. Now that's one thing you want to make sure you keep it on some kind of dry ground, but putting the logs in there under it's going to help big time. Well guys, that's the way you get a fire started in wet conditions. When we started it was actually raining and it kind of calmed down, but this works either way. If you do find some kind of low-hanging area, maybe get under a log or some kind of natural shelter area, makes it a little bit easier, and a lot of times you can find wood, dry wood that's under there. Of course, splitting the wood really and betoning the wood gives you that dry wood inside, so that really cuts your time down. But as you can see, I mean, it's going good. This is just a start. I mean, you're going to want to add your larger pieces. We've got some logs here to add as well, but the main thing is once you get this, you're pretty much there, just adding in the nice logs. Now you're going to need to go ahead again and dry those as well, get those near the fire. But guys, I'm telling you, you know, if you're out there, fire is one of the most important survival elements that we have. You know, it gives you heat, gives you light, cooks your food, boils your water, it can keep predators at bay, and it's just good morale. Guys, if you're serious about prepping and survival, check out Survival Dispatch Insider. It is one of the most credible sources for survival and prepping on the web. There's a lot of world-renowned contributors there that give us a lot of information. We upload one exclusive video to the Insider every week. I'll have a link down below in the description. It's well worth checking out. Be strong, be of good courage. God bless America. Long live the Republic. And I mean, you just hit the but guys, we're going to try to, but guys, instead, I want to kind of get all, well, I don't really need to get the bark off. There's a lot of world-renowned competitor.
Alrighty, let's see. Gonna check out something a little bit different. I meet different people doing different things, and with drones, I met this person that does photography and stuff like that. She has also got a Mavic Mini and a Mavic Air 2 and stuff. And anyway, she lives in Iowa, which just experienced that Derico. And I guess this is a video she had made on the events of that. I'm not sure what all is in this video. I just not seen it. So anyway, her name and the channel is Julie Good, and the title of her video is Iowa Derico. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing this.
So we got this coming at us, and it's dark. Waiting for Ashley. I can't go in the waiting room, so I'm out here watching the storm come in. Oh gosh, it's so boring with this stuff. I want to get my drone up, but it's too windy. Look at how dark that is. Yeah, this is going to be a doozy. We got sirens going off. Look at the beauty. Super high winds, and our flag is on top of the road. Ashley, you're in the video. And we have another shit. Alright, we got another tree down, another hot mess in the backyard. The whole town is out. Yeah, just whatever. The whole town is out. Still windier than hell. Our tree is like coming down to nothing right now. There's more trees. More wind than won't. And I couldn't get the car in the garage because our lights are out. Lights in the shadow.
What's going on at Western Illinois University right now, but if people are trying to move back, be there in person for the school year.
We got a hand crank radio. That's the only thing that we got for information.
But if anything is going on at Western Illinois with a boost in population in that area, you've got some problems.
Alrighty. Figured we would check that out. Be something a little bit different. Alright, got one here from City Prepping titled 5 Things to Get Before the Dollar Crashes.
We have long believed the dollar to be invincible. America has been the reserve fiat currency of the world for our lifetimes. Every other country has transacted in the reliable dollar. Every failing economy has rushed to convert their assets to the dollar for stability. But can the dollar maintain its vaulted status in a global recession or depression? Can the dollar maintain its reserve currency status through a pandemic, an unprecedented global slowdown, a trade war, closed borders, over 30 million people unemployed in the United States, a Federal Reserve that is flooding the economy with an avalanche of freshly printed dollars created seemingly out of thin air, and the rise of several other economies and currencies? Are we looking at global confidence leaving the dollar and moving to more reliable currencies? Where does that leave you when the dollar becomes worthless? Please consider subscribing to our newsletter to give you updates and membership-specific content. Visit www.cityprepping.com/newsletter or click on the link in the description and comment section below to subscribe today. Enjoy the video. If you're new to this channel, my name is Chris, and on this channel we discuss emergency preparedness and preparing for natural and man-made disasters. In this video, we will examine 5 currencies which will become greater in value when the dollar loses its value. I'm not a financial expert, and these videos are strictly for educational purposes. It's foolish for us to assume that the dollar will always hold its vaulted position against other fiat currencies, resources, and rising cryptocurrencies. If you're not following what's happening in our economy currently, you really should, as it is already impacting many at this very moment, as the value of the US dollar is slowly eroding away, and you should begin to make plans for what you'll do if the dollar completely loses its value entirely, something that is a possibility. To the prepper, currency comes in many forms and not just printed paper money and minted coins. Currency is a medium of exchange for goods and services, and that medium can change when economies collapse and printed money becomes worthless. So I'll share with you the 5 things I'm currently stocking up on. Some of these are for worst case scenarios, and some of these are just smart investments in my opinion based on my research. Again, when it comes to investments, I'm not a financial advisor, and I encourage you to do your own research. So let's look at these 5 items. Number 1, food. Of course, in the worst of possible scenarios where global economies have collapsed or tremendous natural disasters have hit, nothing is more valuable than the food sources you have safely stored. A mason jar full of beans, rice, or flour may be worth more than an ounce of gold. Food retains its liquidity, and it can be traded for almost anything you might need. When supplies run low, the value of this commodity becomes greater than any other item someone could possibly own in that moment. If you can't eat or feed your kids, what good is anything else that you own? It's important to remember your operational security, or OPSEC, when transacting or storing food. If people know you have supplies and they are truly desperate, you will have a target painted on yourself. Never reveal all your stores. Always make any food-based transactions away from your storage location and remain mindful of the desperation levels of others. Rice, beans, pastas, MREs, canned goods, freeze-dried foods, anything with a long shelf life and decent caloric content will be worth more than currency in any prolonged crisis or disaster. Make sure you have your storage levels high enough to sustain yourself, your family, and then extra parsed out for trading. I'll be doing videos in the coming weeks that will go into greater detail in regards to storing food and how much you should have. Number 2, precious metals. Precious metals have long been an insulation against inflation and a weak currency. When economies look to be faltering, you often see the rich rapidly throw their money into precious metals. As a result, this causes the price of precious metals to increase as the demand increases while the supply decreases, which you've seen play out over the last few weeks and months. However, the problem with precious metals for the prepper is one of liquidity. You can't go to the local store and trade an ounce of silver or a gold nugget for a loaf of bread. If your precious metals aren't stored with you, you may not even be able to access them at all. They are far from worthless though. Gold and silver have intrinsic value in people's minds. Minted silver rounds and gram to quarter ounce denominations of minted gold will still maintain partial value for individual trades. Many people ask in the comment sections of my videos and have emailed me asking why I recommend gold or silver if an economy may soon collapse. The answer is simple. If you're holding cash during a collapse, it will become worthless. Precious metals have what is called a store of value, which means they can store value while other items may not. Again, this is why you're seeing many people move toward precious metals here recently, as holding cash if an economy collapses will put you in a bad position. As I mentioned a moment ago, you'll have some limited ability to do exchanges with precious metals during a total economic collapse, but nowhere near the levels of what you purchase it for. But which would you rather have if the market collapses? $2,000 in cash, which will be practically worthless, or a 1-ounce gold piece that will allow you to do a transaction? And this is why I personally physically keep precious metals. Also, when economies do recover, either in the United States or elsewhere, silver and gold will allow you to directly reestablish yourself economically. While your stores of food will be less valuable after a recovery, your gold and silver will maintain value throughout a global economic downturn and through a recovery. The number one advantage of this is that you have a strong store of value that will allow you to rebound once things recover. I'll post a link in the description section below where I personally purchase my precious metals. Number 3, cryptocurrencies. The third critical currency to have in your prepper supplies is some cryptocurrency. At the moment, cryptocurrency, namely Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Link, constitute about 10% of my overall investment portfolio. Here, like the gold and silver minted coins, liquidity is the issue. You can't really go into a store and trade Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency for a loaf of bread, at least not at this moment, but that will soon change. However, if there is a large-scale migration away from the dollar, or if it collapses entirely, the US government will try to control the fall. They'll freeze people's ability to wire transfer money, and they'll close banks. It has happened before. So I personally chose to begin moving off the dollar, as I see it as a risky, problematic investment with an economy that is beginning to teeter on the brink of a recession and potentially an all-out collapse. Holding large amounts of cash exposes you to risk. So what is the value of cryptocurrency for a prepper? I see three main advantages. Cryptocurrency is decentralized. No bank can control it or manipulate it like the Fed is currently doing to the dollar. Number two, store of value. Like precious metals, crypto allows you to move off the dollar and store your value of your currency in another form. While I realize those that may be hearing this for the first time may be completely confused, as I was when I first had this introduced to me, I would encourage you to begin to study it further. I'll post links to the resources that have helped me greatly when I first started out studying cryptocurrency. Number three, I can transport it anywhere. Whereas precious metals, food, and other commodities have to be physically transported, as long as you have your crypto keys with you, you can back them up on a ledger or in a secure online vault or exchange. You can literally transport all your crypto assets anywhere. I realize many watching this part of the video will be completely confused by this information, and if you had told me about all these points even a month ago, I really wouldn't have understood a word of what you're saying. I'll post links to videos that served as a great starting point if you want to learn more about this technology. I personally believe blockchain and cryptocurrency will have a profound impact on our world economies in the near future, and you need to at least be up to speed on this technology. Many investment agencies and individuals have started announcing their move to Bitcoin in the last several months as both an investment vehicle and a store of value. Now that I've got my head wrapped around it and I've spent the last month studying it, I understand why they're doing this. So point number 4, extra gear. If the idea of precious metals and cryptocurrency is one that you consider too risky, remember that survival gear will be highly sought after if there is an all-out collapse. Like we saw in this last panic when the pandemic started, people realized that supplies were about to become limited after the fact. If a true collapse occurs and people realize that they need an axe, they won't find any. So if you have an extra or a couple extra, you have a tangible good to trade with. Your extra gear is a rich commodity. Fishing poles, ammo, hunting supplies, survival knives, water filters, medicines, fire starters, lighters, feminine hygiene products, first aid supplies, zip ties, tarps, leatherwork gloves, reading glasses, duct tape, candle wax, paracord, soap, toothbrushes, and the list goes on and on and on. If you have a good supply of any one of these items, you will be able to trade surplus for other items you may need. Gear is currency when the dollar becomes worthless and the economy is down for an extended period of time. Remember the old adage, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. The more of a valuable item you have that will be in high demand and short supply, the more you will have to trade for other essentials to get you through. Number 5, renewable resources. Finally, any renewable resource you can bring to bear will provide you a currency. A mini Sawyer water filter can purify up to 100,000 gallons of water, and it will provide you with 100,000 trading opportunities. A solar generator for charging will provide you a consistent stream of customers seeking to charge their essential equipment. Knowing how to set up a trap to hunt with or a catfish trap in the river will provide you meat to trade with. Knowing how to and having the space to garden will provide you a renewable source of food to trade with. Your sourdough starter or fermentation skills will be precious when yeast or alcohol can't be found. Any form of renewable resource becomes a priceless commodity during a prolonged economic crisis. Take a critical look at your knowledge and skills, just like you critically look at your supplies. What can you bring to the table in a collapse? What can you produce that people will still want? How can you keep your value high through what you produce while normal economic means become worthless? Can you retain value through sustainable production of some kind? Can you cultivate one of your skills to produce tradable, tangible goods? Any renewable resource you can provide which is in short supply, will be valuable through an economic crisis. We don't know the future of the US dollar and the reserve currency of the world. Every day it seems that it is being artificially propped up, and that may indicate a potential future collapse. The poet Robert Frost wrote that nothing gold can stay. To presume that the dollar will forever retain its vaulted place as the world's reserve currency is foolish. The threats of the dollar's position and the dominance are very real, and we should prepare ourselves for the possibility of its rapid, maybe even overnight decline. It's a very different world than the Great Depression, years of the 1930s, but we are facing similar economic downturns, unemployment, and looming evictions and foreclosures. If confidence in the dollar continues to erode, a cascading erosion of value could occur. Prepare yourself through these 5 outline alternate forms of currency. Choose the ones right for you and the area you live in. While I don't have a crystal ball, I've done my best to try to advise this community of the many threats that I've seen coming over the horizon, and have tried to provide useful information so you can prepare. The economy is weighing heavily on people's minds right now, and rightfully so. You need to position yourself in the best way possible. If nothing happens, then you own valuable assets that will serve as a solid store of value and potentially solid investments. If you enjoyed this video, please click on the like button, and don't forget to subscribe so you can get these timely updates as we release them. As always, stay safe out there.
Alrighty, good video. Got one from We Are Change titled, "It's Time to Get Out of the Big Cities and Live Free." Free reminds me of the Monty Python with the dead birds, and he opens up the bird cage and he's grabbing the dead birds and he's telling them they're free, and he's throwing them. Anyway, We Are Change with "It's Time to Get Out of the Big Cities and Live Free."
One thing 2020 has taught us is that living in heavily populated inner cities on top of unprepared individuals who don't believe in freedom and personal responsibility, with the biggest, most insane, draconian government imaginable stopping all social activities, is absolutely freaking dumb. I think that is a very important lesson that is undeniable to anyone right now, especially one that hits close to heart, as I grew up in New York City my entire life as of late, especially during this madness that unfolded. And now the financial center of the United States, one of the best, greatest cities that this country has produced, is officially dead. Living in the Big Apple has become completely unbearable. There's fireworks at 3 o'clock in the morning, a crap ton of rats. There was always rats. There's a crap ton more rats now. There has been a surge of violence, racial tensions reaching at an all-time high, rioting, looting, civil unrest, the stench of urine. By the way, New York City always kind of smelled a little bit of urine, but now it's a lot of urine. And on top of all of this, as local government officials promote and cheer on protesters, they at the same time have literally locked down the entire city, where there is almost nothing to do. Restaurants, comedy clubs, theaters, all have been shut down and are having to deal with a draconian government that even punishes them when they go overboard trying to follow their ridiculous protocols that they're proposing. Recently, a comedy club was shut down in New York City after doing shows in a park, socially distancing from other individuals. The government has completely shut that down while promoting other social gatherings that, of course, they approve of. And it's ridiculous what the average New Yorker has to go through when it comes to trying to figure out a way to make ends meet, especially with the high rent prices, especially with the high prices of any form of living in that city. Meanwhile, at the same time, always trying to look behind your back in case someone who can't make ends meet becomes more desperate. And of course, big city living has left a lot of people on edge. Now, in January of this year, if you've been watching this YouTube channel, you remember that I've been telling people to take the situation that was unfolding very seriously and to prepare. I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but I knew the signs were there for a major event, and that there, of course, will be larger economic ramifications, which, by the way, still haven't fully hit, but we are still seeing the ramifications of them as parts of New York City and other major cities around the United States are starting to look like dystopian scenes from movies like Escape from New York. In February and March, I bugged out to a farm in Pennsylvania and I sharpened my prepping and survival skills, seeing if this life was for me, and it absolutely was. And that's why in the last few months, I've been living in my perfect bug-out state, residency, community, where I have been living life to the fullest, and it has been freaking incredible.
You bougie f***ing bitch! I'm f***ing breaking up with you and never coming back again! You corporate c***sucking whore!
Life is so much more better, more meaningful outside of the big cities, filled with a lot of resources and opportunities and ways to survive anything that comes at your way. I've been learning how to fix anything and become a mechanic, a welder, sustainability, off-grid living, farming, and of course also self-defense. And life has been absolutely freaking incredible. But there still are a lot of city slickers that are suffering, that are miserable, that are not happy in their little cubicle slave boxes that they call apartments. And I see a lot of people talking about how they want to bug out, how they want to leave the big city, that they know it's more important than ever, but they don't know where to begin. They don't know what first step to take, where to go, what to research, and how to begin their journey towards a very smaller tax liability, and of course, more freedom. And that's why I have launched a new GoFundMe for my next venture, for my next business, which will be helping free and to liberate city slickers from the mental, physical, and spiritual shackles of the big city. The human species is used to working as a tribe, as a team of like-minded individuals who are coming together for a common mission, a common goal. And that's what I hope to procure with this venture. And I want to help people resettle from the hellholes of inner cities and to live sustainably in locations where they can actually find freedom. After doing this myself and gaining my own personal freedom, I have learned a lot. I still have a lot more to learn, and I want to share all of that on a separate new YouTube channel, which I will dedicate just for this mission alone. On top of all of that, I want to start groups, bulletins, newsletters, and even private consultation so I could help work with people one-on-one to help them in all the ways that I can, guiding them through the very important process of picking a new strategic location for themselves. And that's why a part of this GoFundMe, you could participate in many ways. You could just support this cause by donating, or you could sign up for one of the tiers. The first one is the $10 tier, which will get you a report that we will be selling later for a discounted price, as well as being a part of a forum where all of us will be communicating and talking. Another level is a 100 tier level, where in the next few weeks, we will talk to you about your own personal needs and wants and give you a personal consultation. And of course, we have a high level tier for $1,000 for a one-on-one personal consultation and work that will make sure that you are absolutely certified with all the one-on-one personal assistance that we will provide you. All of these are, of course, early bird prices. They will go up in the future, and the funds raised by this will be used to get a staff in order to help as many people as possible to get away from the big cities. Now, this is a GoFundMe predominantly for people inside of the United States looking for better jurisdictions for themselves and their personal finances, and most importantly, for their mental, spiritual, and physical well-being. The time to get out is now, which again, I will be demonstrating on the separate YouTube channel. If this operation goes well, we will expand our employees and team members to help create a more international version of this venture, and we could only do this with you. So if you believe in this cause, want to support it, want to help yourself, or even just help other people, check out the link below to our specific GoFundMe. It is only going to be up for a limited time offer, and we also take cryptocurrencies. And if you wish to reserve yourself a spot in one of these tiers, check out the link in the description, which will be linked to a cryptocurrency address, which if you put in your email through a memo, we will be able to contact you and get you all the information you need to get started with us. Again, this is a completely brand new startup venture that I'm going into right now. I'm extremely excited. I know the benefits that I reap from this, and if I could share that in whatever way, if I could help people become more prepared, more ready for whatever it is to come this year, I know that this is more important than ever, with especially how crazy the times are right now. And that's why I'm doing this. Another thing that's very important to mention here is that a lot of people who do similar things in this kind of realm, in this field, always kind of prioritize loneliness and safety by being away from as many people as possible. I just wanted to make it clear that I do believe that that is not an effective approach, and will be specifically creating plans and possibilities for you that will have an emphasis on communities in a practical way that also at the same time will allow you to have a sense of security without having to feel isolated. I've been studying this very specific niche for the last few months, and that is an aspect of this that I think is surely needed, and how this project will stick out from the rest of the projects that are very similar to it. So yeah, that's my project. Of course, I'm going to continue to make videos here on this independent media organization. I still haven't given that up. I will do my best to expand my efforts and create as much content as I can for you, because if there ever was a time, if there ever was a need for this, it is right now. I wouldn't be here. This video wouldn't be seen by anyone if it wasn't for you sharing and getting this video out there, because you still do, because I'm still here. This is why. Love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org.
You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
Alrighty, sorry about that. I was getting blue in, so. Alright, I'm gonna play one from Peak Prosperity he's got here. Something a little bit different. It's titled, "Is the stock market now too big to fall?" And I guess he's talking to a Spin Henrik.
With both Congress and the Federal Reserve riding to the rescue with ever more stimulus, will the current melt-up in stocks ever end, or have the markets truly become too big to fail? Well, we asked that question of today's guest expert, Sven Henrik, one of the few true masters of technical analysis. And in giving us his answer, Sven shares with us the 5 key charts that he thinks are most predictive of what's likely to happen next. You're going to want to see that data. Oh, and if you've been enjoying the amazing guest experts that we've been having on this program recently, please take a second and click the like button below, because the more likes these videos gets, the more big names we can attract to the program. And now, let's watch today's market update video featuring Sven Henrik. Hi folks, Adam Taggart, co-founder of peakprosperity.com here, back for another week of trying to make sense of these markets. This week we have a total treat. Our guest expert is the technical analyst Sven Henrik. Sven you might be familiar with because he appears on CNBC, CNN Business, and Market Watch frequently. His analysis is in high demand there. He is the founder and lead market strategist at NorthmanTrader.com, which is one of the preeminent technical analysis solutions out there. It's something that I follow actually on a daily basis, including Sven's Twitter feed, which is a work of art in itself. Anyways, we're super lucky to have him here. Sven, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, glad to be with you, Adam.
All right, we are joined as always too by the lead partners from New Harbor Financial. This week, John Lodra is on the road, but we are joined by Mike Preston. Hey, Mike, thanks for joining in.
Hey, Adam. Hey, Sven. Nice to see you guys. Good to meet you, Mike.
All right, let's get started here. Sven, I've got so much to ask you because, as I mentioned, I'm such an avid reader of your work. But before I do, I always like to toss the ball out there, not giving any of my personal bias to our guests so that they can literally just be themselves. But if you could just tell us, what is your general assessment of the state of today's markets?
Well, in a short form, I'd say it's a circus. I mean, it's, you know, we've gone through a number of business cycles in the last couple of decades, and you know, you got to realize that what we're seeing now is unprecedented in many different ways. Obviously, the health crisis that came with COVID was unanticipated. No one could have seen that in advance. The challenges logistically that are taking place globally with economies are, again, never seen before, and we need to work through a unknown virus that is going to continue to present a challenge. Now you can argue about vaccines and this, that, the other. None of us will know exactly how that plays out. What we do know is that the response from policymakers in 2020 has been distorting markets to a level that we've never seen before. You know, call it maybe unintended consequences, if you will. It's basically a continuation of a pattern that we've seen over the last 20 years, which is, you know, you get a recession, you get an economic event, and central banks intervene. And obviously, what we've seen over the last 10 years is that morph that process into a form of permanent intervention. You know, 2018, they were supposed to kind of try to pull themselves out of the monetary monstrosity, as I call it, you know, with low rates and QE and balance sheet expansion, and that failed when the 10-year for the first time hit 3%. And you know, 10-year at 3%, we cannot even fathom them right now with yields having completely collapsed. And so 2019 was interesting because you know, we had a massive rally in markets on no earnings growth whatsoever. The Fed came in with repo, because remember there was issues in the market before COVID even hit. It was the repo overnight lending rate that spiked in September of 2019. The Fed felt compelled to intervene, and so they actually were raising their balance sheet going all the way into before the COVID crisis, right? That's why we got this kind of blow off top in February. Then the crisis hit. We had a 35% crash. And what we've seen since then, and I think everybody needs to understand, is it's not only monetary stimulus, but it's also fiscal stimulus. It's not only QE and zero rates, it's also M1 money supply. There's a chart I brought with you that shows basically a complete link with M1 money supply and the S&P. So what we're seeing on the one hand is just this unprecedented event in the sense that we are in a global recession and we have the highest market levels ever seen in history. Typically what you see in recessions is that there is some sort of correlation between, you know, the economy in general, job losses, high unemployment, and market levels. Not this time. They've intervened so hard this time that they, in my view, have created a massive asset bubble. What's interesting to me here is that this asset bubble primarily manifests itself in 5 or 6 stocks. It's this incredible tech boom that we're seeing, and not entirely undeservedly so. I'm the first to admit that, and saying, yeah, these tech companies have benefited from their brick and mortar competitors, if you will, to being shut down or hurt or what have you, and everybody going towards tech to certainly be able to transact, goods and services. But it's taken on forms that are just beyond ridiculous at this point. And I'll finish on this point and say basically, what we were lacking in previous bubbles or in the previous corrections in the last few years was retail participation. Well, retail is here now. Retail is chasing everything, on the Robinhood. See Tesla, see Apple. It's a perpetual machine that is willing to pay whatever price, irrespective of valuation, earnings, or what have you. And that is a very, very dangerous game. And so what we'll find ourselves now, and I brought 2 charts on this called XVG. It's the equal weight basis. I think these are really interesting to highlight. The first one is basically just showing equal weight vis-a-vis the S&P in the last year or so. And you see that equal weight, which basically means you value each stock, let's say at the same price, at $1,000, and you track them individually and see how they react relative to each other, as opposed to market cap weight, which is what most indices are based on, like the S&P, for example. And what you see is that on an equal weight basis, while the S&P has made new highs here, equal weight, the market is massively lower. In fact, you see it even lower than it was in June, despite these new highs. So there's a massive internal divergence. And if you take the second XVG chart here, you look back further in history. And what's fascinating here is that we are even below the 2007 highs. I mean, this is the market is so incredibly weak underneath, right? I mean, the banks are down over 35% on the year. Small caps have improved. They're also lagging. Obviously, a big financial component in there as well. And then if you look at the NYSE, which is the broader index chart, that actually just dropped below the June highs as well. So the S&P now, 25% of the S&P are now 5 stocks, which is the most concentrated weighting since we've seen since 2000. These 5-6 stocks, they're pulling these indices up. And so as much as wealth inequality we have in the larger society, we also have it in the stock market. That to me is unprecedented in the sense of the market cap expansion that we've seen. And then that's the final point on this, just to put this all together. In my view, and we can get to that, the Fed has, by exacerbating these market valuations, has created a really unique circumstance. And that is the top 1% did not get hurt in this recession. It's literally the bottom 50% that are getting hurt the hardest. They don't own stocks, their jobs are gone, or they are depending on unemployment benefits. So this is the most unequal recession ever. And I'm concerned about what the larger societal impacts are on that. But that's a macro discussion on itself. But bottom line is we're in a massive bubble as far as I can see.
All right, so I only have about maybe 50 or 60 questions in response to what you just said. I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. But thanks, Sven. Great summary, and totally uncoached. But a lot of what you said is similar to what we've been talking about with folks on past weeks' videos here. And we get a certain coterie in the comments section that just says, hey guys, you're just angry because you're wrong, that you keep thinking this market's going to eventually roll over, yet it goes up week after week after week. And so, Sven, you're saying we're in a bubble, and I guess we're just wrestling with the standard, dichotomy you have when you're in a bubble. It's either different this time or it's not. So you mentioned the monetary and fiscal stimulus. We've had that before, but we do have it today at extremes that we haven't had, at least sort of in living memory. You mentioned the concentration in the top key stocks, most of them tech stocks. There are definite concerns to be made, and I think you voiced a lot of them, that these companies have not only benefited from COVID, because of the virtual economy, but their own sort of antitrust power, right? that these are monopolies in many shapes and forms. So anyways, I'm always reminded of John Hussman's comment about asset price bubbles, which is that they force you to either look like an idiot now or look like an idiot later. Do you believe that it is that binary that either investors have to, if they learn to love the bubble and just embrace it, they may be jumping into the look like an idiot later camp when this all bursts? Or is there a potential that the fanboys are right and that it's a different game and that we may not have a major correction here given all of the liquidity that's getting pushed into this market?
Well, first of all, let's recognize the bulls are fully in control here. The liquidity machine is complete in control, and yes, we are now up 5 months in a row. We see massive technical extensions that have not mattered. Internals weakening on these new highs, and believe me, they're atrocious. I mean, we made new highs on S&P this week on negative internals. I mean, all of these are your classic warning signs. But if arguing with everybody's a genius, let's put it this way, in chasing a bubble. I remember 2000 very well. Everybody was a genius chasing pets.com to the moon, right? You can be long until you're wrong, I suppose. But it's like arguing with drunks in a bar. You'll never get anywhere. And the danger and the temptation in any bubble is that people will want to rationalize the price action with narratives. You see that in Tesla right now. I mean, I'm not picking on Tesla in particular, except to say, obviously, this is a
feel free to. I think it's worth it.
It's vertical, as are many other stocks, even with Apple. And so, in order to justify the valuations, you can come up with any kind of futuristic scenario and narrative, and that applies to Apple as well. As long as price keeps going up, the temptation is there to want to believe whatever, and with that comes the desire to pay for whatever, because there's always the belief that someone will be paying higher up the next day, and that works. That's a classic momentum. The problem is and that happens every time, is when the momentum breaks for whatever reason. That doesn't even need to have a headline. It's just ultimately technical, and then the headline gets attached in hindsight to it. Now, it's been said, rightfully so, bubbles can remain irrationally longer than you can remain solvent. And so, attempts to fade is very difficult, and it requires a lot of discipline and patience, I may say. I mean, I'm not shorting Tesla or any individual stocks. I think that's kind of a mug's game in a momentum scenario. But as we saw with Kodak the other day, right? I mean, this is maybe Kodak is a perfect example of what I just said. Complete unrealistic narrative attached with it. The stock trades to 60, people chase it, and then it collapses. Then it comes the next chase. None of this is investing behavior. Okay, let's be very clear. This is momentum-driven greed. Let's call it what it is. It's greed and get-rich-quick schemes, if you will.
Yeah, and I might just sort of add ignorance in there, in the sense that you mentioned that what we're finally seeing in the markets now is the retail money coming on in that we hadn't had in there before. And there's sort of an old saying in the world of investing that, for the game to be over, you need to find the patsy to unload all the losses on. And could we be seeing the patsy finally enter the situation here?
Well, if you look at, again, hedge funds, completely underperforming. Even large cap macro funds are underperforming. Again, unless you are heavily exposed to 5 or 6 stocks, you're going to be underperforming the index, the benchmark. This is the distortion that we have. The concern I have is, obviously, and I've voiced that in the past before, is that the Fed, in their quest to save the economy, have put in place the conditions that have brought about all this. And the danger is that when an asset bubble pops and you get the reversion to the mean, right? If you get back to a more reasonable valuation regime, the turn in equity valuations itself impacts the economy negatively. And I'm actually surprised. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised that the Fed, as in my view, has been again completely reckless. They, in my view, brought about an asset bubble in early 2020 with this repo operation. They're obviously continuing to be in denial that they have anything to do with asset prices. It's the big Fed lie that they keep telling everyone. They're also claiming they have no impact on wealth inequality, which is completely idiotic, frankly. And well, it's disingenuous on a very basic level. And so they keep letting this thing run hot. And according to themselves, to the Fed speakers, they are claiming they're willing to let inflation run hot, which is an interesting concept coming from a group of people that haven't managed to reach their inflation target in the past 10 years. But let's be clear. If they were to reach their inflation target and let it run hot, they're actually going to hurt the consumer, because inflation is a tax on you, right? So I see there is some, intellectual inconsistency in the whole matter. But that's the situation we're in. We're in a high momentum field, and we'll see.
We've talked a lot in previous weeks here about the role of the Fed, and sort of from our perspective, it's looked as the hero putting out the fire, when in fact it's most likely the arsonist that started it in the first place. And we agree with you that the long run danger here really is the damage it's doing to our culture and to society through the inequality that its policies are driving. And that inequality only gets impacted further if there's a massive stock market crash that would then indeed lead to further layoffs and corporate bankruptcies and stuff like that. So it's a sad world that we're living in right now, where the Fed is still looked at as the hero, where in many ways, from our perspective, it's really the villain in the story. Look, Sven, you're based in the UK. It's late your time. I know we've got limited time that I want to be respectful with, but I couldn't let you go without going through a couple of charts, because that's your specialty. That's your superpower here. So I know one of the things that we prepared you to talk about was sharing some of the indicators that you are watching most closely right now to try to figure out where we are in the story and what might happen next. Is there any particular data that you might want to walk us through briefly here?
Well, first of all, charts are challenged here. Let's be absolutely honest here. I think the what we're seeing in some of these individual stocks in particular has produced technical extensions that typically produce a reversion to the mean. We've seen extremes like this before in the year 2000. And they were even more extreme in the NASDAQ then, right? For example, NASDAQ going over its 200 MA by a certain percentage, or what have you, even on the weekly basis for the 50 MA and so forth. So on that level, markets are currently very stretched. But and keep that in mind, the Fed's role is to calm markets. That's their self-professed goal, and the way they do that is they crush the VIX. And I put out a piece the other day about the VIX, which to me is in kind of a compression pattern, which is interesting because S&P made new highs, NASDAQ made new highs. VIX in February was about 12, 13, right? It's still hanging above 20 here. And I have to question why, because the market in the last few weeks, in August in particular, has been as calm as I have seen it. Tight intraday ranges, 2 or 3 handles for hours on end. We're not moving. Volume extremely low. In fact, we just this week we saw volume on the Spider, the ETF that tracks the S&P 500, be as low as Christmas half day. There's nobody home. No one's really buying any of this stuff. Again, there's momentum trading. We see a lot of gaps and so forth. But all this has produced again a compression pattern in the VIX. And my sense is that the VIX, while it has risk to fill its February gap into like 17.5, 18, it's building up for another spike that has yet to come to fruition. It's OPEX week this week. OPEX weeks tend to be bullish. Next week we have Powell again giving another speech about what they're going to do and how they're going to do whatever it takes and all that stuff. But then we come into September, October timeframe. Okay, that's kind of your period where you would typically expect some volatility. And let's not forget, we have a very contentious US election coming up in less than 3 months as well. So given the combination of technical extensions, hypervaluations, vertical stock charts, and VIX compression with the VIX still relatively high, I at least see the possibility that we're going to get another sizable VIX spike. And then the second chart here I'd like to show is the VTI. This is the all market ETF index. Okay, it's Vanguard, tracks the entire market. And if you look at this, there's a couple of key trend lines here. And it's, you know, sometimes it's just keep it simple, stupid, right? And these trend lines have been, this upper trend line here in particular has been in place since, you know, the last bubble. And you see the price actions kind of spike above it here in February, just temporarily. This is a monthly chart, by the way. And so you see how it kind of reverted. So to me, that's kind of key resistance here. So if you put everything together and then look at the top line, you have an RSI that shows a negative divergence. There is resistance here in this vicinity. So it'd be interesting to see if we get a technical reaction into month end. Doesn't mean we can't spike above before then, but interesting to me to see what happens into month end and look at those monthly closes on these charts. And then in combination with the VIX saying, okay, maybe we can start expecting some volatility. Personally, you know, given where we are on a lot of these charts, you know, forget everything else, forget every single narrative and belief in Fed and liquidity and this and that and the other. What you typically see is a reversion to the mean in terms of the, I call it the quarterly 5 EMA, which is the exponential moving average. Typically, you see in most months, you see at least a tag of it, okay? And I'm not saying it's going to collapse or anything like that. What I'm saying is that when markets are extremely far disconnected, either to the downside or the upside from some basic moving averages like the quarterly 5 EMA, you are really pushing your luck in continuing to want to trade in that trend. At least you would want to see some sort of reversion. And then that's that reversion where it tags that's then you have your battle of control. There's one chart I put in here just for giggles. It's the Apple quarterly chart versus its Bollinger Band. It is so far outside. And if you look at all the history there, when you spike outside the quarterly Bollinger Band, yes, I know it's a linear chart, but I don't care. Just to put this in perspective, there's no history that says that this is a good place to trade along on these stocks. Doesn't mean they can't go higher, as we obviously have seen, and I would have expected something to happen by now, but clearly been wrong on that so far. The momentum is simply that strong. But don't be surprised for all of history to actually mean something, right? And then at least get a reversion, you know, and then ultimately, if you get these reversions, then you have kind of the battle control. Okay, is this then a buying opportunity? Are we going to get then this rally into, you know, the final month of the year, which is kind of typically what you see, or does this all still play as a bear market rally? Because kind of my final point here is this recession, you know, while we're going to see a growth bounce here in Q3 vis-a-vis this disastrous Q2, the structural issues have not gone away at all. Today, we got, again, claims over 1 million. Okay, this is not a sign of an economy that's healthy. That's not a sign of a V-shaped recovery. Okay, if anything, what that says is there's still big issues going on underneath, and companies are laying off people. A lot of the jobs losses have become permanent, and if you want to claim Apple and these high cap tech stock companies are the safe havens, at the end of the day, at some point, they still need consumers to buy stuff, right? They need eyeballs. Apple needs to sell phones, this, that, and the other. So if you look at it in this context, the recession or the structural issues of recession, they may take at least 2 or 3 years to play through, assuming we get this COVID thing under control with a vaccine even. But just looking here around in the UK, man, I see a lot of retail stores shut down, businesses have disappeared. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But that's what markets want you to believe. Markets want you to think it's all fine. It's not.
It's not. And first off, same thing here in the U.S., especially in commerce havens like New York City. I mean, you're hearing terms like ghost town to describe a lot of what's happening with businesses there. And to your point about markets want you just to believe that everything is amazing. The current state of markets really is, they're so rumor driven. They're so headline driven, whether it's the latest vaccine, half rumor, or today, it's they're dragging out the China deal headlines again. I mean, nobody expects this deal to happen in any way, shape, or form, and yet it's still good for a couple of points on the S&P. So we're stuck sort of in a market that is long-term driven by the central banks or the stimulus, and short-term driven by algos. And I guess my question for you is, and I know I'm asking you to speculate here, Sven, but what do you see as some of the triggers that might actually break that stranglehold?
Well, I think that the market has now priced in, obviously, a lot of good news in terms of earnings growth and the narrative in terms of reopening and the narrative in terms of a vaccine. And I think we're rapidly approaching the moment of show me. Okay, you can play this momentum game only for so long. At some point, you're going to have to back up these valuations, And I threw in two charts as well just to kind of close this out. I keep talking about this market cap to GDP. There's two versions of this chart. One is the overall level. The peak in 2000 was 150%. That was the extreme that we've ever seen. And then we saw it again in January, February this year, and now we've just gone off the cliff here, almost 180%. Now this number is going to come down because GDP is going to rise, but if you look at the second chart here, the disconnect between markets and the economy has reached proportions that we've never ever seen in history. And typically, even in recessions, you would see some sort of reversion on this. So everybody that keeps playing long here is betting implicitly on it being different this time, and that a high valuation regime will continue indefinitely. That's a bold bet to make. In terms of the trigger, I can think of all kinds of triggers. I think that it's kind of a speculative game, because I can tell you always the trigger in hindsight. Oh, that was obvious. Or well, who could have seen that coming? But I think those triggers are many times just attachment purposes. Ultimately, what happens is that the technicals are in place, and then the technicals are the obvious ones to say, okay, well, they used this trigger, but it was obvious in hindsight that maybe buying stocks at 180% market cap to GDP may not have been a really good idea, right?
Yeah.
I will say one thing. I'm not a political person, but obviously I'm watching what's going on here with this election and with the political climate in the United States. I think it's atrocious. It's completely counter to, or not, it's not conducive to any structural solutions to ever being implemented. I think structural solutions are really hard, and they involve pain. No one wants to deal with pain, and so keeping everybody distracted with, dividing everyone and getting emotions hyped up and people hating on each other, it's actually method, because as long as you have that, no one has to confront issues. And the Fed, unfortunately, keeps bailing out politicians by making the pain go away. I mean, let's face it. Whether you're right or left or whatever, this was poorly managed. It's just a plain fact with this virus. But the Fed comes and bails out politicians, and so they don't have to worry about it. And I think that's ultimately a terrible thing to happen. Now, here specifically, just to make the final point here. Donald Trump has been very vocal. He says if he loses, the election is rigged. He said that. I'm just quoting him, right? So you get to a point where you wonder if we are not going to have the U.S. tradition of peaceful transition. I think if something like that were to happen and you have a very contentious result that is not accepted by one party, things could get really ugly in November. I hope that's not the case. I hope we get a clear result one way or the other, and move on. But there's every day, every week, we're seeing things that we've never seen before, And so far, markets are ignoring these, but there may come a point when something could happen on the political front that's not confidence inspiring. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, that would certainly be disruptive. Well, look, Sven, you've given us a ton of time. Thank you so much. We're going to let you go because you're there in the UK. It's late your time at night after a long day following the markets. Thanks so much for joining us. In parting, you do technical analysis. You do not give individual financial advice. Not asking you for it, but interpreting from your words, it sounds like you would be encouraging the average investor today to at least exert some prudence and some conservatism, and maybe be playing defense more than offense, given the risks in this market. Is that a correct summary? Is there anything else you'd add to that?
Well, everybody has to decide for themselves. I think it's just an understanding of risk versus reward. I think, the danger obviously is that you get enticed into chasing these, and it's been working. Now, look, I can't argue with it, right? I mean, Tesla has been going from $200 to $2,000 in a year. And even the CEO came out in May, Elon Musk said out the stock
is too high. Yeah,
it's too high. Well, that was what, $1,200 ago. This is the danger with all this. And as I said earlier, everybody's a genius in a bubble, right? You can't go no wrong. Just know your risk, know your stops, know your exposure if you want to play that game, and that's the thing on the fade side as well. Got to know your risk reward and know when things change in the makeup of the market. So far, at this very moment here at the OPEX week of August, things keep chugging along. Every single dip is bought. There will come a time when dips are not bought. And I would probably just leave it at that and say, in February and in January, nothing was stopping this market either. Volume was very low, price ranges were very tight, and everybody kept calling for higher and higher prices. And then we had a 35% crash. Now you can argue with this much Fed money in the market, we could never have anything like that. Well, guess what? There was a ton of Fed money in the market in February as well. And it did crash. So control may be the illusion. So for now, bulls are in control, but again, things can change quickly.
All right. Well, just to parrot some of your words that you say often, tops in markets are processes, but corrections are events, which is sort of what you're saying there, which is as happened in February.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you can have a trapdoor.
This is your classic thing, right? I mean, it just defies every reason and rationale. It keeps on ticking, and I think tops are probably in when every bear looks like a complete idiot, and everybody's gloating on Twitter how much they've made, But what's interesting to me, psychology-wise, is everybody's forgotten the crash from February. No one cares anymore.
Yeah. Well, Sven, there are 1,000 questions I still have for you. I hope at some point we can have you back on in the future to address at least some of them. But thank you for the great work that you do. And for anybody who would like to follow you and learn more about your work, or maybe even subscribe to your service, where should they go?
Well, the website is northmantrader.com, and you can see me on Twitter at northmantrader. So there you go.
All right. Well, Sven, thanks so much for staying up late and joining us and giving so much of your time. I'm only going to mention this because you've been public about it, but I know that you had a family member who was stuck away from home due to COVID, and they've recently returned. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. We're glad to have him home. It was 5 long months.
Oh. Well, anyways, best of luck to you, Sven, and we'll keep watching your work and following these crazy markets.
It's never boring, is it?
It never is.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Mike. Take care.
Thanks, Sven.
All right, Mike. Gosh, what a treat, huh? Listening to Sven. I know that you, like me, follow Sven's works pretty closely, huh?
Yeah, we do. We follow really closely. He said everything that, everything and more that we watch. You know what I mean? And I think he was even being nice in terms of just holding back, saying just how extreme things are right now. They are extreme, and then some. The gloating, the end zone ball spiking that's going on by those that are, in the market or bought the dip or didn't sell is pretty extreme. But the indicators that we watch are the list is getting longer and longer and longer and longer. A lot of what we do is technical work and look at technicals, and Sven is the master at that, and he did a really good job of going through that. But the risk is, seems like every week we talk, the risk is a little bit more, and I think it really is. As hard as it is to say it every week, it's the truth.
Yeah, and that's what I really appreciate about the very few financial advisors I know of like you guys. Your job is sort of to be going around the Titanic and telling people, look, that bump that you felt was a big deal, and actually it's going to have repercussions, and we should all be taking smart defensive action now, and yet the music's still playing, the canapes are still being served by the tuxedoed waiters and whatnot. And so there's a lot of people out there who still are just sort of blithely ignoring or not wanting to hear that message. But you guys are doing a good job of getting more and more of the people who will listen to actually look at the data, see the boat's got a gaping hole in it, see that the compartments are filling with water and that the boat probably won't be able to stay afloat, and getting them into life preservers and towards the lifeboats. So let's talk about a couple of things. First off, let's just look back at the previous week in terms of the action that's happened in the markets. It's been a fairly busy week for me at Peak Prosperity, so I haven't been watching the markets as closely as I normally do. But from my quick viewpoint, it looks like we've just seen a lot more of the same. I actually thought that we might have a rare down day in the markets to talk to Sven about, because all the indices were down, in the red 0.5% or so this morning. As usually happens, they all got clawed back to green by midday. No down days allowed. Actually, one of my favorite Fed charts, I'll try to put it up here as I'm speaking, Sven charts, is a chart that says August 11th will live in infamy, because it's been the only down day in August so far this month. And we're at what, August 20th or something like that at this point. But has anything happened to the market that's worth putting on people's radars?
Oh, not that much. As Sven said, all the indicators are bullish. It hasn't even mattered really in the last couple of months, because when we actually did have bearish indicators like an island reversal and some shorter term bearish engulfing candles, it hasn't mattered. Liquidity has just kept pushing this market higher. So, I'm looking at the S&P right now. It's actually at the moment up about 10 points, versus last week. Depending upon what tomorrow happens tomorrow, we may not even have an up week. Tomorrow is options expiration. It does have a bullish bias, but it also has a tendency to be somewhat volatile. But markets just literally are climbing a greater than 45-degree angle every single day, every single week. And we hang out near the highs at the single most overvalued point in all of history. Market cap to GDP close to 180%. Cyclically adjusted PE ratios up in the 30s, or even maybe in the 40s if you're adjusting it for margins, like John Hussman does. Like you said, Hussman says you can look like an idiot before or an idiot later, and trust me, we money managers that have been out there warning, know what it's like to look and feel like an idiot beforehand. But the data is just that extreme. This morning, like you said, we opened down. The New York Stock Exchange has a piece of data called the tick. And it's like 2,000 stocks on the NYSE. The NYSE tick opened at -14, which says 1,400 plus stocks opened on a down tick. That's pretty extreme. We haven't seen that type of open since June. And yet, that was a 2-month extreme. And yet, from the first second, the market just bought all day long. We're seeing a lot of other technical things that Sven didn't mention, like put-call ratios. 20-day averages of put-call ratios are extremely low, going back to 2000, 20-year extremes in terms of lopsided bullishness. All of that says it doesn't matter till it matters. I feel like we say the same every week. We'll keep saying it. One of these weeks there will be a reversal, and we don't think there's going to be a lot of time to adjust when it eventually happens. So take a look at your portfolio, get down to 30% or so below that in stocks, so that you'll have ability to weather the storm and react to lower prices. We still think that there's deflationary forces in this market that the Fed is trying to beat. It seems like they're winning, but we think that deflation will take over eventually. And lastly, I'd say, Sven mentioned this, we could very well still be in a bear market rally, even though we just hit new highs in the S&P. We've showed this chart before that says this is the return to normal phase, or a second wave rebound, as Elliott Wave chartists would say. The most powerful counter-trend move in an entire bear market is that second wave. Everyone is convinced that we're back to normal. And I'll tell you, everyone's on the same side of the boat here, and the technicals is screaming danger. So we're going to keep doing the same thing, and that's caution.
All right. Well, one other thing to mention about the week is that Apple crossed the $2 trillion mark. First company ever in history to be worth $2 trillion. What's amazing that to me is I don't have the stat at the top of my head, but I only think it was a couple years ago when we had the first company worth $1 trillion. So, you know, all of stock market history to get to 1 trillion and then literally just a couple years to get to 2 trillion. And if you look at Apple, you know, Sven put that chart up earlier. If you look at Apple's price rise, you know, it's largely done on what's called multiple expansion, which means the valuation that it gets related to its earnings, which is the profit it actually generates, has been expanding. And you know, Apple has actually not been growing its revenues all that much over the past year, which is actually past year and a half, which is actually a really big danger sign for a company. But investors have been giving it more and more credit for the earnings that it has than they have in years past. And so that's why you end up with charts like with what Sven showed, where, you know, the monthly chart is just way outside the upper Bollinger Band. And Bollinger Band folks are just the trading range that the stock normally trades in. So as people talk about reversion to the mean, anytime it's near the top of its Bollinger Bands, it will usually eventually reverse to go back to the middle, maybe retest the other side of the band. Apple is just completely outside of that Bollinger Band. And so, you know, you would expect some massive snapback from that type of exuberance, because usually when you see that in the markets, it does not last. So that goes to what you were saying, Mike, which is right now, the markets aren't caring. The average person isn't caring because they're just happy to see their 401k a little bit higher. But the people who are really paying attention and are data-driven and students of history, they can see all the warning signs that you mentioned, that Sven mentioned, that we've been mentioning on past podcasts. And more people are asking that question, hey, I don't want to be steamrolled by this thing when, you know, the reversion to the mean, reality reinserts itself, history repeats, however you want to say it. But whenever that happens, I don't want to be roadkill along that way. What can I do today to position myself for safety and to preserve and protect my wealth? And that's why, you know, you guys are here on these videos with us every week, because there aren't that many financial advisors out there that think like you guys do, like Sven do. And it's really hard for people to figure out what to do, because this is, as we've said it from week to week, this is a super challenging time. In fact, it's probably the most treacherous time for investing in our lifetimes, just in terms of the risks that are involved. You know, Sven mentioned the risk-reward ratio. The risks seem way higher than future reward does at this point in time. But where do you position yourself, right? If you park in one place for too long, you could get killed by inflation. If you get parked in one place for too long, you can get killed if markets correct, and that's deflationary. So we always recommend working with a financial professional advisor that is aware of these risks, can track them on a day-to-day basis, and honestly can be your guide in terms of where to put your money and when. Sadly, there's no one set it and forget it solution these days. You need to have somebody who can be nimble and react to what's going on in the markets. So anyways, Mike, I'm going to give my normal kind of commercial for you guys, which is, look, if you've got a good financial advisor who knows these risks and is helping you chart your way to safety, awesome. Stay with them. They are worth their weight in gold. But if you don't, or you're having trouble finding one, feel free to talk to Mike and the team at New Harbor Financial. This is just a public service that New Harbor and Peak Prosperity have worked out to help people, because at the end of the day, we just want people to be better informed to make better decisions. So you can set up a consultation with New Harbor. Mike, I'll make sure that we've got the Greylock Peak URL up on the site whenever you're talking during this video. And again, folks, these consultations, totally free. You don't have to work with these guys. They will just sit down with you and look at your portfolio and answer any questions you have. And if that's the only conversation you have with them, that's completely okay. If that's of interest to you, stick around to the end of the video, because we kind of give you the instructions on what to do, how to do all that. And with that said, Mike, anything else that's worthy about talking about before we clock out here and then see each other next week?
I don't think so, except maybe I would mention gold miners. You know, gold and silver are on a pretty significant pullback off their high. Gold miners are GDX pulled back to the low 40s. We still like miners here. They've taken a big run. We would, definitely consider holding them, even adding them to a new portfolio with appropriate hedges. We have hedges in place to make sure that we can withstand any short-term whipsaws. But still, we think the best places to be are in cash. Miners have some exposure to gold bullion, preferably gold bullion you can get your hands on, and silver bullion. And wait for what we think is still likely some kind of deflationary wave so that you can buy stock market assets or some real estate assets less expensively. So it's getting long and exasperating for everyone, certainly for us as money managers, but we see this as one of the most extreme times in history, maybe the most extreme markets in our lifetime, like you said. And it's going to pay to be vigilant. So with that said, hopefully we'll have something interesting to say next week.
All right, great. Well, great talking to you, Mike. Again, what fun to have Sven on. And we're going to have, I already know the guests that are lined up for the next couple of weeks, and they're just as good. So it looks like we've got a couple of fun conversations coming up for us. So anyways, thanks for participating this week, Mike. Thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you all next week.
Thank you. Thanks, Adam.
If you'd like to schedule a consultation with the financial advisors at New Harbor Financial, simply go to greylockpeak.com. These consultations are completely free and there are no strings attached. The good folks at New Harbor will simply answer any questions you have about your investment goals or your portfolio and give you their best advice given the latest market outlook. They're willing to do this because they care about protecting people's wealth and because Peak Prosperity has connected them with so many thoughtful investors just like you over the past decade. Chris and I started doing this because so many people have approached us in frustration and are looking for a solution because they're feeling out of alignment or just downright ridiculed by the standard sort of financial advisors who have been managing their money. You know the type, the kind that just pushes all of your money into the market, scoffs at the idea of owning gold, and when you bring up concerns about the market's sky-high valuations, they say, don't worry, the market's always going to take care of you. For many of the reasons discussed in today's video, we think this is one of the most challenging and treacherous times in history for investing, which is why we strongly believe that today's investors are best served working in partnership with a conscientious professional advisor who understands the risks in play. Now, we're agnostic which professional advisor you work with, just as long as they're good. If you're already working with one, that's fantastic. Stick with them. But if you aren't, or you're having trouble finding one you respect or trust, then consider talking to John and Mike and the team at New Harbor. And for those about to ask, yes, there's a business relationship between Peak Prosperity and New Harbor, which we had to put in place to make sure that everything is handled according to SEC regulations. All the details on this are clearly provided on the greylockpeak.com website. Also, it's important to note that New Harbor is able to work with U.S. citizens, green card holders, and those with existing assets in the USA. But for regulatory reasons, they aren't able to take on non-U.S. clients. All right, with all that said, if you'd like some insight and guidance on how to protect your wealth during this unprecedented time in the markets, go to greylockpeak.com to schedule your free consultation with the good folks at New Harbor. Thanks for watching.
It's good news for green card holders, because they can work with you. It's great news. I got one from Ron Paul Liberty Report titled Congressman Thomas Massie Rebukes the Counterfeiting Fed and Reckless Political Spending. I rebuke it.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. With me today as co-host is Chris Rossini. Chris, welcome to the program.
Great to be with you, Dr. Paul.
Very good. And Chris, we have a very special guest today. He's been on our program once or twice before, but he's one of our favorites, and he's holding the fort for us, doing his best up in Washington. And somebody asked me once, today in an interview, how did you manage to stay in the swamp? But Thomas Massie is with us, and he's an optimist, so he'll probably have a better answer than I did how he manages the swamp. But before we go into that, Thomas, but we want to welcome you to the program, and delighted to have you back.
Well, thanks for having me on, Ron. People ask me how I hang in there, and I say I hang in there like a hair in a biscuit.
there you go.
Which says nothing redeeming about myself. I said it was self-deprecating once, and Trey Gowdy told me, no, it's unsanitary. But I think it sort of depicts the tenacity that you got to have to hang into Congress.
Well, you're doing well, but your attitude helps. Coming across with a little bit of optimism and not being dire is a good practice. So we like that. But we want to talk about how you plan to balance the budget next month, and they're going to tell you you're going to get to fix the budget and solve all our spending problems. But before there's another little problem floating around from my viewpoint, unnecessarily, and that has to do with the coronavirus and the lockdown and what this means. But tell us a little bit about how you handle this, what you think of lockdown. How does it affect you personally? What has it done to your people in the district? What's it like in Congress? But you don't have to give us all the details on that, because we can spend a lot of time on it. But just give us an idea of what you think is going on and how you handle it.
Well, I just learned a week or two ago that I have the antibodies. And and so then we had my wife tested, and because we thought, well, if I've got them, she has to have them, and sure enough, she has the antibodies.
Wow.
And so it turns out we've both already had COVID and gotten over it, likely in January. I was very sick from January 3rd to January 7th, and then my wife was sick about a week after that. And that's the only time we've had any symptoms. I got the actual titer of my antibodies, and it says that my level is 960, and 320 is considered significant enough to donate plasma if you were able to. So I've got a strong level of antibodies. I believe I had it in January, and I feel somewhat ridiculous for being afraid to the degree that I was for the last 6 months. I mean, it's always good to wash your hands and take precautions, even in a normal scenario. But I really feel kind of silly now, and I would just think I would like for us to know more about this virus, because the fear of the unknown is the worst thing. And my whole take on this is that we need fewer lockdowns, fewer restrictions on liberty, and just protect the nursing homes. Because even in Kentucky, over half the fatalities or deaths from this virus have been in nursing homes. So let's work on the things that we can prevent or possibly prevent. And then everybody else needs to get back to normal. Here in Kentucky, they've delayed our schools again. They're not going to have in-person learning for a few more months. So I think it's really sad for the children too.
Well, I just hope this makes you exempt from any compulsory vaccination in a couple months. They're rushing it through. They want to test it on people. So with that immunity that you have developed more naturally, may turn out to be a very good benefit for you. So that's a one advantage that you might have.
Well, they can stick a needle in me over my cold, dead body. If I take it, it will be voluntarily. I've never had a flu shot, but I have taken other vaccines. When I travel overseas, I estimate that the risk of contracting the virus overseas may be greater than the risk of any complication for the vaccine. So I took it. But with other vaccines, I don't take them, and it should be everybody's choice going forward, in my opinion.
Well, what's the reaction in the district? Are the people, if you had to guess where the polls are in your district, would most people say, oh, this is very important, and I'm glad they're making us wear a mask because that's protecting us? Or are some people getting a little bit annoyed with it and would rather go back to school?
The goodwill of the people in the Kentucky's 4th District is wearing thin. The governor has really overplayed his hand. They've shut down school sports this fall, and that may be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
So, no, that's good. Now, I want to really get over into the subject of how we're going to balance our budget, which is a daydream or a nightmare or whatever. Chris, do you have a question about our monetary system or this budget for the congressman?
Yes, great to speak with you, Congressman. I want to point out the heroic
deed that you did several months ago, standing on principle against the stimulus bailouts, and you were exactly right. It was a major ripoff. And while Washington did not like it, your constituents did, and we did, and anybody that loves liberty did. The thing about welfare stimulus bailouts is they're very easy to give, but very hard to take away. And with the economy in the shape that it's in, with so many businesses that are not going to come back and millions, tens of millions unemployed, you know, there are people on the left that I'm sure you're aware of that want a universal basic income. Is it possible that we could be stumbling into such a disastrous policy unwillingly with the Republican administration, but that, you know, perhaps someday the Democrats could implement?
Well, I think unwittingly, a lot of Republicans signed up for universal basic income. The Democrats were pushing for $2,000 a month, but under the bailout package, they actually got $2,400 a month, because if you didn't work, you received $600 a week. And so that was $2,400 a month. You had that universal basic income, and the minimum wage, if you think about $600 divided by 40 hours, even before you consider state unemployment, there was a $15 minimum wage. People wouldn't go back to work because they could make more at home if and in a lot of cases, the state unemployment plus the federal unemployment put them at about $20 minimum wage. And it was devastating to small businesses here. As you said, a lot of them are not going to reopen. You know, I've seen some of these economic reports recently, and if you're in the business of repairing broken windows, you're in one of the bright spots of the economy. For those who are fans of the broken window fallacy, for instance, they point to new housing starts and say, look at this, 22% up the new housing starts. But those are the people who are fleeing the cities that are going to collapse because they have no tax base. The productive citizens are getting out of there because of social unrest and also because of the increased chance that you'll catch a virus in the city. So you can point to little things like that. You know, at the sporting goods store, people stand and wait for the truck to show up so they can buy a kayak or fishing tackle now. And so they're doing great because a lot of people are out of work or can't go to their fitness center. But all that fitness equipment in those fitness centers is basically going to rot into the ground as the governors keep the economy shut down. So what I'm saying is you can find little bright spots in the economy, but and particularly because there was a $1,200 injection of cash to nearly everybody in the United States. I know several multimillionaires who received the $1,200 checks. In fact, I know a Norwegian citizen who hasn't lived in the United States since 1974 who got a $1,200 check mailed to Oslo, Norway, by virtue of the fact that in the 60s and 70s he worked in the United States and paid income tax. So yeah, we've temporarily injected some artificial into the economy, and so it looks good right now, but it ain't good, and there are going to be ramifications.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Thomas, you know that I've been interested in the monetary issue for a long, long time, and people now are talking about, well, when's the inflation coming? When's the inflation coming? And I have a chart that is very dramatic that shows where the inflation is. And I have a slightly different opinion about measurement of inflation, and that is I look toward the Federal Reserve and what they're doing with the money supply. And this chart shows that the money supply is soaring in this last 6 months or so because of all the spending and all the bailouts and all that they're doing. And it's rising now at historic rates of 20% per year. And that means that the only way you can keep that going is by expanding that. It becomes an addiction. That's what's happening right now. So there's tremendous inflation. Other people argue, well, inflation is the CPI. Well, that is a result of the inflation. The real problem is the increase in this the money supply, diluting the value of the money, and that's what we're looking at now. So is there, I see in Congress that they have a new caucus come out, the Congressional Sound Money Caucus. I hope that's encouraging. But at the same time, there's this modern monetary theory, which is very much engaged right now. So what do you see, in the future for this? Do you think that, do you anticipate that you'll ever see a reduction in net spending in our government?
No, there's not going to be any reduction until people quit loaning us money, at which point we'll probably just start printing it. And so I think it's a good idea that my colleague Warren Davidson started the Sound Money Caucus. He and I have been commuting back and forth between D.C. I give him a ride in my car now since the airline options have been limited. And so he's told me about that caucus. It sounds like a good idea. I haven't joined it yet because the government is ruining our own money, and we need to have other alternatives in order to have a functioning economy. And to your point on inflation, yes, the money supply has gone up dramatically, but something else has also happened that's going to exacerbate inflation. Production of appliances and automobiles stalled for a few months. And so the pipeline of goods in the economy has been severely restricted. And so now you've got more money chasing fewer goods, and that's going to exacerbate inflation too.
Right. Chris?
Congressman, I'm sure you're aware of monetary history that fiat money always fails. It has a perfect record of failure. And I even know from my own family, my Polish grandparents during the war, they threw cash into the fireplace. That's how worthless it was. And, we've seen Weimar Germany. And I always thought to myself, why didn't they just stop printing? Why couldn't they stop themselves? When we look today, we almost see that kind of mentality in action, that it's just print the money. Now, the Polish did not have a worldwide currency like the dollar, so we don't have to worry about throwing our money in the fireplace yet, but the same economics apply to our situation. What do you think of the mentality of the Congress that you see around you? Do they really think that you can just counterfeit money forever?
They certainly do now. I mean, we've added $4 trillion to the debt. That's like a 6-month deficit just for these COVID relief packages. Think about this. Take $4.35 trillion and divide it by 435 congressional districts. That's $10 billion per congressional district that we have spent that needs to come back out of that congressional district. I can't find $10 billion of money that's been delivered to my congressional district, but I know that $10 billion has to come out of my congressional district in order to pay that back. Let's look at it a different way. Use the number 3 trillion of spending here recently by Republicans, by the way. They're just willingly and gladly printing and borrowing this money. $3 trillion divided by 3,000 counties. That's $1 billion per county. That's what we're on the hook for now. And the predominance of this cash hasn't gone to the middle class or low income. It's gone to the upper echelons of society to prop up the stock market. In fact, I've said that $1,200 is the cheese in the trap. And this is a socialistic or actually more of a cronyism trap. The reason they didn't care that $1.4 billion of those checks went to dead people is because they went to their estates and their heirs were able to cash them and spend them in many cases. And some of it was direct deposit. They didn't care about the people. They just wanted the money in the economy so that they could prop up the stock market for longer.
Thomas, on your colleagues, Republicans or Democrats or leadership or whatever, do you ever sense that subtly they have more respect for an individual like yourself than they ever want to admit? They almost have to hide it. Do you suspect, do you receive some of this? There was times when I wasn't cooperating with leadership, and I think you're in a similar situation. But I always sensed and thought, maybe I was just a dreamer, that there was some respect for our views. And I was wondering if you've ever experienced that. And how many other people in the Congress subtly, really agree with what you're saying, but they just sort of throw up their hands and they feel overwhelmed?
They're not just overwhelmed, they're afraid. And I've had colleagues tell me that, like the really honest ones. We had one individual stood up in our GOP conference in front of 150 other Republicans and said, we all should have been standing with Thomas on March 27th. He said, but frankly, I was afraid. And he said, I'm embarrassed I wasn't standing with him, but I was afraid. And I think that's sort of the sentiment. A lot of people were afraid afraid of public opinion, afraid of being blamed if something, bad happened. But the reality is something bad happened. Here's the other thing, Ron. On March 27th, the reason I stood up for the Constitution, by the way, it wasn't just about this bill. It's about whether you can pass bills with nobody being there, with your leadership telling you to stay home. They're actively, when they're telling you to stay home, that they're going to pass a $2 trillion bill, they're subverting the Constitution. And I felt a few days before that our country was really at the brink, and we were about to go over the brink. And my greatest fear is what motivated me, Ron. This is my farm behind me. I was afraid that maybe 10 years from now, when the world's gone to hell, I'd be back on this farm, like remembering that there was a day that I could do something and I didn't do anything. You'd have to have me on suicide watch 10 years from now if I hadn't done it. So it wasn't really about being brave as much as it was being afraid of living with myself if I didn't do it, and having to live with myself for the rest of my life.
Right. Chris?
Yes, I have one last question
Yeah.
for the congressman. Whenever there's an economic downturn, it's a knee-jerk reaction. Capitalism always gets the blame. And on this show, we try to point out the difference between real free market capitalism and the government corporation marriage cronyism that we have. And it's been a part of our country since the beginning. It was championed by Alexander Hamilton and then later Lincoln and FDR and many presidents after. And it's a bipartisan deal. Both parties are involved in this corporatism. On this show, we say we need a big divorce in this country between governments and corporations. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, let's just use an example of the airlines, for instance. Okay, they're capitalists. The stockholders are capitalists while they're making money, but then they want to socialize their losses or their risks. So right now, it's not like all those airplanes caught on fire or were destroyed in a storm. All of that capital is still there, and there will be valid business models. Now, they're going to be different going forward. But what they need to do is go out in the market and raise more capital. Now, they don't want to do that because it will dilute their stock. And the stock, is a representation of who's going to get the future profits from those investments. So they don't, they've been the benefactor of all the past profits. What they don't want to give up is future profits by going back into the capital market and raising the funds that it's going to take to keep them afloat through this economic downturn. So there's an example. And so they've come to Congress and they say, we're too big to fail, we're too important, and so you need to bail us out. And I kind of hate to pick on the airlines because you can see this in virtually every industry where they're coming with their hands out and saying, help us out. Even the Chamber of Commerce, is lobbying me now because they were left out of the bailouts, the PPP. And what I've told the Chamber of Commerce is help me fight for commerce. Instead of you guys getting in the welfare line, because you're supposed to ostensibly represent capitalism and commerce, help me fight our governor in his war against commerce. But no, they're lobbying me so that they can get the bailouts. It's almost like this sense of corporate apathy where the corporations are like, you know what, let's just get what we can get from the government.
I think what Chris has asked is very important because it has a political implication that's very important. Because, in the Depression in the 30s, Roosevelt ran as a conservative and pro-gold standard and all that kind of stuff. And then he did exactly the opposite. And the real blame, the intellectuals that were advising Roosevelt said, well, the problem is all this capitalism that we had in the 20s, not the inflation by the Federal Reserve, but the capitalism and that gold standard. They wouldn't let us print the money. But it's almost very similar to that at a different stage. And this is what I think Chris is getting at, is they're going to put more blame on the principles that were pretty weak But I think the separation of this and pointing out that it's too much money, too much printing, and the other thing that is hard to galvanize this with the people. But you pointed out, Thomas, because of the airlines, they come. It's the demand, but just who isn't on the demand now? The individuals on the demand. They're trying hard to prevent what happened after the housing bubble burst, because the mortgage companies made out and the banks made out, but people lost their homes. But here we are back in this. They're trying to, but even these trillions, you point out there's trillions and trillions of dollars already spent, and it isn't working, and yet they're going to still say it opens up the door for those so-called Marxists. I mean, those Marxists, they come along and see how much freedom fails, and so all this capitalism, what we need to change. So I think this is the big political issue, but where can we get our help from our Republican leadership? And you nailed it right on hit right on the nail by saying to those people coming, why don't you come here and ask us for your commerce freedom, and maybe we would get somewhere. So you're doing a good job on that.
Well, listen, hopefully my race, my primary, where I came out of it, I won 82% of the vote against a well-funded establishment-type Republican who was backed by my colleagues in Congress, and the president came out against me because I didn't go along with the $2 trillion package. He wanted me thrown out of the party. But we're on the other side of that. And I think a lot of my colleagues, to your point before, Ron, who were scared, now realize that you can stand up for the right thing, and you can get reelected, not by a small margin, but by an overwhelming margin. And I hope the new crop of freshmen who are coming into Congress can see that too. There are 8 members of Congress who lost their primaries, 8 incumbents. That hasn't happened since 1974. So the people are getting out there, they're turning over the members of Congress. There'll be more turnover in the general election. And if anything, I hope I can be a beacon to the freshmen who are coming in. So when they have that moment of, if I stand on principle, is that a foolhardy thing to do because I won't be coming back to Congress? No, you can stand on principle and you can get reelected.
Okay, Thomas, that's a good place for us to end because we have to move along, but I think you can be assured a lot of people look to you as being a beacon for liberty, so we thank you very much for that, and we appreciate very much you being on the program today.
Thanks, Ron, and thanks for being the beacon for me that encouraged me to come to Congress and join the fight.
Very good, and I want to talk to our viewers today and appreciate them very much for tuning in today. And please come back to the Liberty Report soon.
Alrighty, let's see. Let's check this out from Jason A. It's titled Shocking Earth Changes in 2020.
First, that emergency unfolding right now, what authorities called an historic lightning siege, setting off hundreds of fires. The governor of California declaring a state of emergency tonight.
Affirmative. So we're pulling into Vickers Lane now.
I went outside. It was the roar of the fire that I'd never heard anything like that in my life.
Fire coming down the hill. So we're leaving.
Thousands in the region woke up in the middle of the night to find ominous scenes.
Fires are burning out of control all over California, including around a dozen of 1,000 acres or more.
Enormous clouds of smoke mounted into the sky, worsening air quality across the region.
The Northern California blazes began with thousands of lightning strikes spawned by unusual dry thunderstorms hitting on one of the hottest nights of the year.
A rare sight across the skies of the Bay Area. Photos.
Here's something interesting. Angry American and Franklin Horton are live now. Let me bring that up in a window and play that.
There's a few times that we actually get together somewhere, you know.
Yeah, which has been a while this year. You know, usually we'd have our spring get together, but it hadn't happened.
Yeah, well, welcome to 2020 and the year that. Good God, I can't. I'm not gonna keep up with the comments. There's no way. I'm just looking at them. So, but yeah. What's up, bitches? Robert Tucci in the house. You ain't messaged me yet, man. Pete, you need to send me a message. We need to talk about a thing, remember? Yeah, Franklin's a hillbilly and Chris is a redneck. That's from Rebecca Gerber, who gets drunk when she cooks. So
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yeah, exactly. Who doesn't?
Yeah, well, look. Well, I'm still dealing with ulcer issues, so I'm trying to cut my my intake of.
Well, that's all right, Chris. I've got two, so I got you covered, friend.
Well, I'm glad you're drinking mine, Franklin. Thank you.
I didn't want to have to get up.
I mean, my what the hell make me one? Shit, find me a glass, put something in it. My daughter's her and her fiance were over the other day, and he's such a great guy, Joel. Every time he comes, he brings me whiskey and cigars, and I'm like, you need to visit more often. Nice. Looks like I'm gonna have some little Knob Creek, so. But so you got your new book is slated, man. I see we've got a pre-sale going on. Johnny Vlog.
Yeah, it's coming out September 9th. That's a new Mad Mick book, and people like the Mad Mick. I mean, it's not a prepper book. There is no socially redeeming value in it whatsoever.
Well,
it is just good post-apocalyptic fun.
So you stayed true to the character, the guy you based the character off, then, didn't you? If there's no,
I completely did. It just over the top.
Yeah, good. Well, that's an apt description of him, huh?
Northern Sun?
No, Mad Mick.
Yeah, Mad Mick.
Yeah.
What isn't it called?
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah, Northern Sun's the new one. Yeah. I didn't know what she was
asking.
Yeah, Mel says she can't wait to read it, so I don't have time to read books, Franklin. Sorry.
And Kevin is doing the audio, so he started work on that today, so hopefully it'll all come out about the same time.
Well, as long as a hurricane doesn't come through and knock the power out and he has to sit in his sound booth and sweat.
He records by generator power. He's a machine. Yeah. He doesn't let Mother Nature get in his way.
Mm-mm.
Scotty says, hey.
Scotty Snyder, come over. Scotty. Nah, we'll have to take a rain check, Scotty. No, we can't travel at the moment. But yeah, that's awesome, dude. I can't wait for you. I'm glad to see you got one out. I'm glad somebody's putting out books. Obviously, I'm not. It's been a while.
Well, I saw what you did there. You know, it's that little bit of deflection. It's like, hey guys, here, read this. Leave me alone.
Well, it's not. I don't want them to leave me alone. But you know, I have a bad habit of starting projects before I've finished other ones, and I just don't know when to say. I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess.
You're a man of many interests. That's the thing. You've got a lot of fires and a lot of irons and a lot of fires.
Yeah. So you're saying I've got the attention span of a gnat on meth, and you're correct.
Well, but in a nicer way.
In a nicer way. See, that's what I like about you, Franklin. Well, see, this would have been a real hoot if we'd have got Bird on here with us. Then that would have been some shit, you know.
He's probably out tending cows or, you know, doing something.
Is that what you call what he does with them? Because all the pics he posts, I don't see tending happening in any of them.
I'm not even sure if those are his cows. He might just go to his neighbor's house and pose with his cows.
Doing selfies with cows.
Yeah. But actually, they are his cows. I've seen them live and in person. So, yeah. He does have some, but he should be on here with us. That would be a good team.
It would be.
We've had some amazing conversations.
Oh, yeah, we have. We've had some fun together, the three of us. We've had some good times. Gonzales, Louisiana, Jacksonville, Florida, just classic moments, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, some hangovers.
Well, say it.
Hi, Stephanie.
There, Mel,
Oh,
Stephanie, we see you. Stephanie Johnson's in the house. Everybody's got to know Stephanie Johnson's in the house because she is mountain fabulous, baby. That's our home away from home in North Kakalaki. We go over and stay at Steph's house with her and her lovely husband. Them two are.
You need to relocate up to this neighborhood, man. We'd love to have you.
Well, yeah, and I've got some. It could happen. I don't actually after the phone call I just had with Hollyweird. Who knows what's going to happen now? Things are. Scotty fucking Snyder, Jesus Scott. Yeah, so now we've got some renewed interest from some rather large players, and we're gonna pursue that and see what happens. So that's all I'll say about that for now, because that's really all I got. But I do know the people involved, and they're big time players. So it's interesting that they're querying us. So we shall see.
Word is that they're behind on content because of this big dead spell where they haven't been able to do anything. So it should create a rush of interest, hopefully.
Well, it would. I mean, and especially right now it's a seller's market in Hollywood. And you're next on my list here, and I told you that before, that
yep.
I'm chasing mine, and I'm going to try to drag you in the door behind me. Sorry that I'm not going to push you in front of me, but I am going to drag you in behind.
But it's funny that word travels, because when you were in Hollywood the first time, you were still out there. You hadn't even got a home yet when I started getting phone calls. I was on my way to work and got a phone call about movie rights. And how else would that have happened if somebody hadn't, people weren't talking? That's what's happening.
Yeah, we had some interesting meetings out there, and I said some things to people in Hollywood that they're not accustomed to being told.
So you were yourself.
Oh, indeed. When you go up into MGM Studios and you sit down with the president of MGM Studios and you look him in the eye and you're like, no. And you can see the guy's brain skip. It's not something he was used to being told. What
is that word you used? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I told him no to one thing, straight out loudly, and he kind of looked at me, and then the next thing I said is, that's a really bad idea. So we passed on MGM, and because I stood up and I'm like, okay, we're done, and they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, we're done here, and we left. So
they're so used to doing everything their way, and they don't know our market. They don't know our people.
No, they don't know the market. They're used to everybody coming in there hat in hand, kissing their feet kind of thing, and that's not me. That's not how I roll. I don't do that. So. Man, how many people got? Yeah, this thing's
162.
Yeah, just the comments are flying by. I'm trying to watch it.
But there's our buddy Paul Hendrickson out there. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul. Man, your ears must have been burning. We were talking about you today, man. I'm gonna give you.
We were.
So what did Frank write? William, you need to look up Franklin Horton. If you don't know what he wrote, you need to look up Franklin Horton right now, which is why I'm doing this. I can't believe there's somebody out here that doesn't know him.
Tell him. Have Franklin tell him.
Yeah, tell him what you wrote, Franklin, because William Haniel's here. He needs some educating.
Okay, I'll be glad to. I was a huge fan of post-apocalyptic books like Chris's. Chris is one of the books I read before I got into publishing my own books. I'd read your books. I'd read Joe Nobody's books. I'd read Jeff Hopp's books, and decided, this is the kind of thing that I want to write. So I jumped in. I wrote a book. I talked to a few people and learned a few things about how you did this process, and wrote my first book, which I self-published, called The Borrowed World. and that book did well, and now I've got when the Mad Mick book comes out next month, Northern Sun, that'll be my 18th book, so I have been cranking them out since then. I've got several series out, and one thing Chris and I have learned over the years is that people who like his books tend to like my books also. I've always enjoyed setting up at prepper shows with Chris, because if they come up and they say, "Chris, I've read all your books. When's the next one coming out?" He's like, "Read his books."
I'm like, "You taught this guy right here." Yeah, you remember?
Yeah, so
the first year
I gladly step in.
Yeah, he does too. Franklin, he's not bashful at all. He's like, "Well, come here, let me show you something." You remember the first year we did Heritage Life Skills together? You know, we're kind of sitting side by side. You know, we'd chatted a little bit, and Stephanie Johnson, you gotta love her. She was across from us that year. And she's like, "I'm watching everybody buy this guy's books, and nobody buying your books." And so she comes over and buys your books because it was the first year for you. But that's where we started doing this. And hell, that was, I mean, how many years ago was that? I mean, when did you?
Maybe around 5 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. About right. That's about right. That's when you got started, and we've been crossing paths and doing stuff together on occasion ever since. So
we have hung out in Jacksonville, Gonzales, Louisiana, all kinds of places.
Yeah, we hang on a minute. No. Hold on, I got to answer this. This is somebody I've been trying to get a hold of.
What?
No, this is important. I'm getting free shit to give away to you people. Just hold on a minute.
Franklin, I want to know what the best book of yours is to start with.
Okay.
The Mad Mick series.
The first series, The Borrowed World, has 7 books in it now. I'm working on the 8th book in that series, and that is probably my most prepper-oriented book series. There's a spin-off. Most of my books take place in the same universe. It's the same terror attack that causes a collapsing systems failure, so everything starts falling apart, and they eventually lose power. They lose the ability to get fuel. The legal system is crumbling. So eventually people are stuck kind of at home with no power and on their own, living according to what they've put away and the resources they have and the abilities they have. So I have The Borrowed World, which, like I said, is 7 books, and it's about one family trying to deal with this situation. I also have Locker 9, which is a 4-book series, and it's about a dad whose daughter is going away to college, and he's a nice paranoid prepper dad. So he's like the kind of dad that a lot of us are. Yeah. And he's like, I'm putting a plan in place. And so it's a very detailed book about how to create a plan for your child who's going to be living, and they don't have to be going to college. It's just a child living in another city, distant from you, and you want to have a way for them to get back to you. It's about building a network. It's about building, it's about all the things that you have to do to get somebody home across a distance. The other series that's pretty popular is the Mad Mick, which the 4th book, Northern Sun, is getting ready to come out September 9th. And the Mad Mick is excuse me, it's not a prepper book. It takes place in that same post-apocalyptic setting, but it's about a guy who was a government contractor, kind of in the assassination field, and he likes the apocalypse. It's just business as usual for him. So him and his daughter kind of, they live it up. They protect their neighborhood. They protect their friends. They have a little compound they live in, and it's not very different for them. But in this new book, he gets called out of the neighborhood to do some business for his old employer. So it's going to be a little different. I've also got a couple of standalone books out there. And, if people are interested in the books, they're all on Kindle. They're also in paperback. You can get them on Audible or iTunes. And, you can go to my website, franklinhorton.com, and find all the dirt.
Man, if I'd have known 5 years ago, I'd have bought that domain the day I met you. and then when you went to go down, you went, what the hell? And you just seen for sale, $10,000.
I'd have changed my name. It's cheaper.
Well, I'd have emailed you. I'd have been like,
and then when I saw Chris Weatherman owned it, I'd be pissed off.
Well, I'd have sent you an email. Hey, dude, you want a domain with your name on it? I got one.
Don't ask me who owns the Mad Mick because it's not me.
No, really? I bet I know.
But it is a friend of yours.
I'm sure. Yeah, I have no doubt. Is it really a friend of mine?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
But he's offered to sell it to me. He just bought it because he didn't want anybody else having it. But he did mention to me when I was in Florida last time that he had it if I wanted it.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's really
yeah.
David Stem, PM me your address, dude. I'll get that out to you. I'm sorry you didn't get that, but yeah. Anybody who's owed stuff, you have to remind me, guys. My memory's like a steel trap. Everything goes in and shit gets out. All right. Yeah, it's all in there. I just can't access it, yeah. So if you're owed something, let me know and I'll make sure that happens. Because I just won't remember. So opinions on Steve Bird's books. We love Steve Bird.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. He's a good
He's our
dude.
drinking buddy, shooting buddy. We've been thrown out of many places together.
Steve, I missed the epic journey across Jacksonville that these two clowns that Court and Bird made one night after we left a Ruth Chris Steakhouse where we had people staring at us. And they climbed a drawbridge. They did all kinds of crazy shit trying to get back to a hotel.
I almost thought I was going to have to knock Steve out and throw him across my shoulder and carry him. It was that bad.
But you guys always see me in a hat. I will tell you this. You know where I'm going.
I do know where you're going.
You guys always see me wearing a hat. And as you can tell, Franklin is wearing a hat.
Take your hat off. You can still
The difference is I can take my hat off and still talk. We went to a Ruth Steakhouse in Jacksonville where there was some fancy shindig going on too, and we walked in there looking about like we look right now, literally. And they're like, "Gentlemen, we're gonna have to ask you to take your hats off." And first we were looking around for the gentleman, and then we realized they were talking to us. And Hort took his hat off, and I think he said 10 words maybe through the whole meal.
It's like Samson losing his hair, dude.
me and Steve are sitting at the table joking about this, and he's just sitting there smiling at us.
No sense of humor left. No words. Nothing.
It's like you took your personality off. It was just a shell sitting there eating a steak, drinking some whiskey.
I never realized until that moment that it's what holds my thoughts together. The hat's gone.
Otherwise, they're just evaporating out of your head.
It's like that little mind blown emoji. That's what keeps that from happening.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But we still had fun at Ruth's Chris because nobody wanted to sit close to us.
No, they did not.
That's how you knew we were having a good time.
Well, in Gonzales, we kind of took over a restaurant too. It was you, me, Bird, and my buddy Todd. And who else did we have? Was it Todd that got so drunk that we had to carry him to the room?
Yeah, every time he ordered a drink, we would pour it in a potted plant or something, and he'd be like, "Oh, my glass is empty."
We started doing that to him towards the end because he was slurring his words and saying very inappropriate shit to people.
Wanting to fight with everybody.
And he's not a fighter. He's not. He wears a big hat, but he
weighs probably 80 pounds.
Yeah. What guys here wish that they were? Greg Daniels, smart ass. Greg Daniels said, "What guys here wish they were one of Mel's squirrels?" Because Mel, titmouse, she keeps them in her. Yeah. So That is funny though, Greg. But yeah, the Gonzalez thing, we took over that restaurant because that show was a shit show too. God, same guys in Jacksonville, but that seafood restaurant was the shit. That food was on point up there.
Well, that was the highlight of the trip because I think we probably sold 5 or 6 books each over the 2-day show. I mean, that was it.
Yeah, and then in Jacksonville, it's the same show promoter, and it's just as horrible a show. And I told him at the end of that show, I looked at him like, dude, I said, don't ever fucking call me again. And but you remember EJ Snyder was there, and EJ's a friend of mine, and I love him. He's a great dude. But when I saw he was selling the signed photos of himself, I'm like, dude, really? I'm like, fucking really?
EJ Snyder was there. Josh Kirk was there.
No, Josh Native Kirk. Get it right.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Native. And Native is he's just Native. That's really all you can say about him. He cracks me up. He's the only guy I know that does Instagram posts where he takes a picture of himself with all these filters on. He's like a teenage girl. And then puts some quote on it and credits himself with the quote. And I give
with like a buffalo in the background.
but some like thought provoking little comment, Native. You know, and I'm just like, dude, come on, really? I'm like,
you and I should try that, but our quotes would be totally different.
Oh, they would be way different. Yeah. Eat more whiskey. You know, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Drink more beef, you know?
And leave me the hell alone. Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn, yeah. Oh, my God.
Well, and we should have had a big blowout this spring. We should have been at Heritage Life Skills.
Yep.
We had an Airbnb there. We were going to have a blast.
Yeah. We had rented, I had reserved a huge Airbnb, and there was going to be you, Steve, Alan, Stephanie, I think, was going to stay with us.
Yes.
Me and Mel. Who the hell else was coming? Was that it?
Yeah,
that was it. But that would have been enough. That would have been plenty. Because you remember that big cabin I rented the last time? We had that big ass party in it.
Yes.
With some others we won't name. But that was a bit of a shit show. And if we'd have got this crew together into a house, it would have been epic fun, but an even bigger shit show. And we're sad that happened. Huh?
So this one had a hot tub.
Yeah, this one had a hot tub, so there would have been debauchery probably, and who knows what.
Yeah, and you know the effect that has on alcohol. I mean, you get out, you fall down. That's what happens.
You get out, you fall down. Well, you just don't get out. I'm blanching myself. Go away. Any word? Turkey rumblings. I haven't heard anything since. Paul Glasberg. There's a lot happening in Turkey still. However, the Libyan, the shit. Now I'm trying to think. The internationally recognized government of Libya, which there's 2 of them. One they're arguing, but they just declared a ceasefire, so maybe things are calming down. We'll see. It'll be in the intel reports coming out soon. If I can ever get that shit fixed, constant contact, these email lists and stuff. My God, I need an assistant in the worst way. Like, I need to find somebody that knows how to use Excel and can type and can go to the post office and can do all this other shit that I just can't pull. I got a pile of stuff back here that has to be shipped. I'm going to the post office tomorrow. For you fuckers that are wondering, they're coming.
Saturday.
The post office is open. They're going. But I had a starter go out on one of my trucks today. I had to go to my mom's house, take my tractor over there, dig out part of her front yard for her, and got my trailer in her driveway, tractor sitting in the neighbor's driveway, the truck in the driveway behind the trailer, and the damn truck won't start. Like, you hit the key and the starter, you can hear it just spinning. The bend, it's not engaging, it's just spinning. And we were out there beating on that son of a bitch with a hammer, and I mean, it took us like 45 minutes to finally get the damn thing to start. And I had my buddy Ben Yoder, who's in the house. Ben, brother, I love you, man. Thanks for helping me out so much all the time. And I'm like, do not, whatever you do, shut this fucking truck off till it gets to my house. So right now it's backed up in front of the shop, and tomorrow I have to go get a starter, and me and Ben will be under the truck changing that starter out. Fortunately, it's tall enough that we don't have to jack the son of a bitch up. So, let me see. Is there a fucking point to this shit show? No, there's not, Mark Phillips. And you should know this because you know me. I know for a fact. And you obviously know enough about Hort to know that no, there ain't a point to this shit show.
No, we just amplify each other.
Yeah. Yeah. You ought to see it in person. Like in person, it's better. It's way more fun. You know. Yes, Yates, Brush DC motors are junk, and I fucking hate them. Ethan Owens, you're not getting emails because Constant Contact is a mess right now, and I'm working with him to try to fix it. I sent out the email today, and I got 100 bounce backs. You're in that pile, brother. A lot of people are. I'm trying to fix it. But go to Patreon, and you can read it there because it's posted for you guys. So hit Patreon up, and you can read the intel reports. So alcohol is involved too. Of course, Nick Beecher. Now, Nick Beecher will be the next guy I do this with, the very next guy. Sorry, Nick. This was a spur of the moment thing where I actually... The reason this happened, guys, is I called Franklin and he answered the fucking phone.
Because you gave me shit and I had to. I was afraid to let it pass.
I was wondering. I'm driving a little bit. You know, I'm heading to the eye doctor this morning and I'm like, let's see if this motherfucker answered the phone. And I called, it's ringing. And you answered and she looked at me. And I went,
because I get accused of screening my calls.
No, yeah, I know you're not screening your calls regularly. You do the same thing I do. Your ringer's off. Franklin retired, and when he retired, he officially had to turn in all his fucks. So he doesn't keep his ringer on, and so he has no more fucks. He don't care no more.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. I can't keep my ringer on because it's on at the moment, which I need to turn it off because it's making noise. I only had it on because I was expecting a particular phone call, which was epic, and I'm glad it happened. But my ringer's never on. You know, you can't get me generally when you call me because my ringer will not be on. I'll have to call you back. So, much like...
But I did answer today, so we spontaneously just said, hey, you want to do this tonight?
Yeah. I was like, what are you doing tonight? What's in the cup? Griff, I'm drinking Knob Creek out of a good old We the People glass. And I'm going to give a shout out to Donnie Dunn, CWP. We were out on a boat over the weekend and last weekend. And he decided to jump off in the middle of the lake. Of
course he did.
With the boyfriend of one of Mel's friends, Tyrone. And so Donnie and Tyrone are sitting on the boat. Tyrone, obviously, he's a black guy. Funny as hell. He's hilarious. I love him. The first time I had met him, too. And Donnie's just giving him shit the whole time, talking about swimming. And Tyrone's like, I don't know how to swim. Tyrone literally watches YouTube videos while he's on the boat of how to swim. And then the two of them go over the side.
Well, Donnie jumps in and starts to drown.
And I was going to say, and Donnie almost immediately started to drown. He didn't actually start to drown. He just declared he was too drunk to swim, which usually ends in drowning. And everybody's yelling at me to go back to Donnie, but I couldn't see Tyrone. And I'm like, I'm not starting the boat until I can see him. I don't want to, I'm not going to do this. And finally, I see him swimming out, just like a damn Olympian. He's swimming out to Donnie. And I finally backed the boat up, and we get everybody back on board. But it was hilarious to me that we had a black guy on our boat that learned to swim that day watching YouTube videos, and he saves a white man. And I'm like, where is CNN? I'm like, they need to be here right now. Like, right now.
Because none of Donnie's other friends moved.
Yeah, no, I was driving the boat.
You had the boat.
And Joey, is Joey in the house? There she is. Joey wasn't about to jump off the boat. And she says hi, by the way.
Hello.
Joey's going, nah, that motherfucker jumped. I ain't doing it. No. But no, Donnie was good though. He's just a he's a lot of fun to have around. I mean, when you got Donnie with you, it is nonstop.
Is Donnie in the house?
Yeah, Donnie's here. Hell yeah, he is.
Hey, Donnie.
He's my boy. You know, I mean, it's always fun to have him around. And he's a hell of a shooter and a hell of a teacher. A good instructor.
The thing I like about Donnie is when he walks around, knives rain out. You know, if he moves too fast, there's like 5 or 6 knives on the floor.
Not only, but Gucci Glocks too. Like, I don't know how many. There are so many guns at my house right now that don't belong to me. Like, I'll be in my safe and be like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like, somebody will claim it. I don't know, and I just stick it back in there. You know.
Ben's like, I was watching. Yeah, Ben, you didn't help.
Ben Yoder, you were watching. You weren't getting off the boat though, because he watched Jaws one time and they said, "Don't get off the boat. Never get off the boat." Happened the same thing in Platoon. Don't get off the boat. Donnie, next time remember a life jacket. We had a whole bunch of those David Stem, but we didn't throw none to him. Which would have been the easy solution to the whole problem. Everybody's sitting on the seats going, "Swim, Donnie!" You know, I mean, good Lord. This is funny. He likes to watch. Ben does like to watch. Usually while you're sleeping. So you're retired now. How long have you been retired, Franklin?
I retired officially December 31st, and not in the terms of retiring, sitting around doing nothing. Instead of going and slaving for the man all day, I stay home and just write books. So that's a big improvement over going to a job I'd been going to for a long time. So the books are coming out faster, which kind of gets people off my back. You know how that is?
No, I don't, because I can't seem to get one out. Me and Alan, we have one. We have one ready to go. But I called him today. We were supposed to just do this over the phone. And he's like, "We can't do this over the phone." And I'm like, "Fuck, not again." He's like, "We have to get together to do this." And I'm like, "Dude, I can't leave right now. I can't come up there." I said, "You're going to have to come here this time."
Yeah.
And he has a hard time getting away from his place because he has so much responsibility there. He's got a lot of livestock and stuff, and he has to take care of it. So he's trying to get pieces put in place, and then he's going to drive his ass down here this time. And I'm going to chain him to a table, hold a gun on him, make him bless this thing so we can get it done. It's just a few small changes, really, is all it is. But we just, because, you know, have you co-written with anybody yet? Have you done a collaborative thing with anybody yet?
No, I have a hard time playing well with others.
Fucking save yourself. Trust me, it's a nightmare. I mean, some guys are easy. Walt Browning, easy dude to work with. Sean Clay, easy guy to work with. He and I have something coming out. Jeff Hopp, easy guy to work with. Alan Kay, not an easy guy to work with.
Yeah, you know, I remember we were at prepper camp a couple of years ago, and Alan was talking about working on this book, and he's like, "Hey, would you like to take a look at it?" And I'm like, "Sure, send me a copy." And he's like, "Well, it's in my truck, and it was in a loose leaf binder, and he's like, and don't lose it because it's the only copy."
It was literally
handwritten.
Legal pads, spiral notebooks, fucking napkins. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
And Sean Clay helped by transcribing some of those hieroglyphics into English. I had to transcribe a lot of it myself too. And you could watch Alan's handwriting degrade. Like, you could tell, oh, okay, he started drinking here. And I'm like, no, we can't use none of that shit. I can't put that in nothing like that. But it was a lot of fun. And it's been awesome doing this with him, because this book's not, this is a nonfiction book, guys, and it will be coming soon. Inshallah, it'll be coming soon. And it's not like anything that's out there, it's a little bit different. So I think you guys will appreciate it.
He said, I'm writing a book about a hillbilly bearded writer in Central Florida that likes to drink bourbon while dancing naked in his garden. I said, you're not a hillbilly, you're a redneck.
Who's that?
Griff.
Oh, Griff? I am not a hillbilly, Griff. I'm a flatlander. I don't like that vertical ground. I'm not built for that shit.
And Aaron's like, Aaron Brittany, she's like, I can help you. I have a few good stories about that.
Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Aaron's in the house. Aaron's
She's in book 10.
Yeah, she's in book 10, and she'll be in book 11 doing some epic stuff with Mel. She lives across the street from us. Is an epic pain in my ass. Love her to death, though. Love her to death. Her and Mel are partners in crime. It's usually interesting times. You don't get to jail yet.
You were struggling for words there, weren't you, Chris?
There were so many PTSD flashbacks as I was trying to enunciate that I was having a hard time even saying it. Some of the shit that we've done, seen.
Well, you know, if you come up here, we'll make you an honorary hillbilly if you guys move back to North Carolina.
Well, look, I have honorary citizenship in Appalachian already.
Yes.
I have been accepted by the tribe. I've been blessed by the elders. I'm in.
We're going to move.
So eventually we will have a place in the mountains.
We just have a 15-year-old who will not leave her school. She don't want to move. But I'm ready to.
Aaron Brittany. Wait. Brandon Ernst says, real question, why can y'all have a great connection, but Congress has streaming sucks? Congress. Well, because it's Congress, Brandon. You answered the question yourself. That's all you have to say about that. Sorry I'm late. I had to go pull Travis and the kids out of the mud in the woods like hillbillies do on Fridays. Holy shit, I wish you would have called me because I would have went there just to laugh at him. Aaron's husband, Travis, is a great guy. I love him. He's such a nice guy. He's what I like to call a low maintenance friends. You know, he's not the guy that you need to talk to every time. But like if he was over here and we were putting our when the whole COVID thing first kicked off, and that's when I was diagnosed with my ulcer and being anemic and all this shit, and we were putting up a big out of ground pool. That's what we call them in Florida. They're not above ground; they're out of ground. And who gave us that one? Oh, that's Don Edwards, a Green Line Tactical, gave me out of ground pool. We were putting that in for a little bit so she'd have something to do. She's yet to be in it once, I think. But Travis came over and helped me put that thing up. He helped me. And Ben, of course, Ben was here. Travis helped me rotate the tires on my truck out here, I think. Was I rotating the tires? No, I did that by myself at 1 a.m. Yes. But he helped me do something. He helped me jack up my truck, pull tires off when I was really anemic. And I mean, like, I just couldn't do shit. But the guy was here to help me. And he's an awesome dude. You guys should ask Aaron Brittany about the street sign in her driveway that we gifted her. It's appropriate. It's pink.
Alrighty. Hell, I was just sitting there listening and didn't realize it was after 8. So, alrighty. I am going to go ahead and close up. I hope everybody had a good weekend. We'll see you Monday, hopefully. As always, God bless you. We love you and be one with your spirit.
We worked together in powerhouses and stuff for years. I've known him easily 20 years. Everybody drink when Chris touches the spirit. Any fuckers drink. That's right. Get drunk, goddammit. Tesla Eddie, brother. How you doing, man? But I remember